Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world, and we are going to paint something beautiful today. We're actually going to try to finish this. I'm not sure exactly how close we'll get, but we're going to try, and then we're just going to call it for the stream. We're going to say that I'm going to finish this as best I can today on the stream, and then I'm going to try to do a little bit of touch up afterwards. And tomorrow is our ice cream party, so I hope that anyone who is watching this on the replay will come back for our ice cream party on Friday at approximately 2 p.m. Eastern time, and bring your own ice cream, your favorite flavor. And I see Cupie is here. So Cupie, so nice to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. Always wonderful to see you. And yeah, so Cupie is one of the very first people to ever. Did you really? You found a pint of the cotton candy swirl. How cool! Cupie is one of the earliest supporters on the channel, and so I just always love. She's so kind and encouraging, and I always love when Cupie is here. So I'm so glad, Cupie, that you found a pint of that. I don't know if I've actually ever found it again. I don't even remember where I bought it, to be honest, when I did that painting. I'm not really sure, but I'm so glad that you found it if that one's really your favorite. So I'm just gonna get right into it. I think that what I'm gonna do to start, and I'm trying to think, because I always say that I'm working through this in the same time that I am talking to you about it. I don't really plan this ahead of time. And we have been trying to do this entire painting on the stream. So if you go back and watch the really old ones, I don't know if they're up from like last week, but you can actually find this one right when we started. So we're gonna do our best to finish this out today. And I guess the best thing to do would just be, I'm gonna launch into it and sound like some kind of animal. I'm going to launch right into it and just go into this section right here, because I feel like this needs a little bit of work to start to make it more beautiful and more realistic. So I'm going to take a very small brush, and let me just make sure I have my right one here. I always keep a bunch of brushes nearby. So let's make sure that I have one that will work. Let's try this one. I'm going to mix up a color that's going to go right into here, and we do this in lots of layers, right? Oh, it's Target. Maybe I did buy mine at Target too. Yes, I think that's right, Cupie. I think I bought mine at Target too. So very cool. So glad they still had that there for you. Yeah, do they actually have a lot of seasonal flavors? I didn't know. Is that one considered seasonal? I don't really know. So what we're gonna stick with for a lot of the piece today is we're actually gonna stick with this cooler palette, but I am gonna use a little bit of my warmer palette, which are these two darker colors up here mixed with my yellow. I do only use one yellow, even though I could use two if I was a little bit more ambitious, I guess. But anyway, so for darker areas, more shadowy areas, we're going to use these darker colors. For brighter areas, we're going to use these colors here mixed with my white. You usually see apple pie in pints in the fall, so your guess is that they rotate the pint flavors but not the gallon size. Got it. Understood. I will have to pay attention for that. Yeah, so I'll have to see, because it's always interesting to see what kind of new flavors there are going to be. I do think though that, and I'm just going to go ahead and start mixing up some color. So I'm going to start mixing some of my shadow colors, because I do need to refine those a little bit. I do think that for the moment, this is going to be my, I'm going to try something else after this. We're not going to paint ice cream for the next piece after this. So we're going to have our ice cream party to celebrate, hopefully, the near completion of this tomorrow. And then I'm going to try something a little bit different. So I thought that would be fun. And this morning, I actually mixed up a batch of sugar cookie dough. So I hope that y'all will stay tuned, because we're going to try a couple fun projects for the holidays coming up, and I thought that might be really fun to watch. So I'm just going to go into a little bit of kind of the darker area just on this edge, because some of this today is going to be cleanup. A lot of it is going to be obviously making this look much more realistic and bringing out the layers more so that we have more dimension, but there's also always this aspect of cleanup. So, and cleanup, you know, maybe that doesn't sound super exciting, but it does actually make a big difference in the painting. when you go in here, and all those little areas where things were a bit rough, or maybe you were just trying to figure out shapes, or I guess I should say for me, right? Because might not be the way that you guys work. That's okay. I'm not sure if we're gonna do the marshmallow yet, QP, but we're gonna see. I wanna work it in here. I do have marshmallows. I have not been brave enough to toast them yet in my house because I said I do have a gas stove and that was my plan. But if I do the marshmallow, what I want to do, what I think I'm gonna do to start is do a very small one. So like the 4x4, like this size that we did for the frosting swoops. So I think we're gonna start with that for the marshmallow. And so I might do that ahead of the other things, especially if I don't get the cookie decorating done in time. So so we might look at that maybe right after our ice cream party to start that. But yeah, I'm thinking initially that I would start one like kind of as a study, and that's right, kind of as a study just to see how it works. So I have marshmallows, I have sticks, and I need to toast them without burning my house down. And then I will have photos to work from. So yes, slow and steady wins the race for toasting. Yeah, so we'll give it a shot. Yes, I definitely want to do that because I do think that, as I mentioned before, sometimes I come back to a subject that maybe I thought about painting a really long time ago. And my skill set now is much better. And so I feel much more much more confident about tackling a marshmallow, a toasted marshmallow, now that I have so many other food paintings, lots and lots of ice creams, and my cookie paintings, and I feel like getting all those wonderful, weird, burned textures on the marshmallow is now possible for me, whereas a few years ago it might not have been. And so I'd rather have that happen. I mentioned that I did that for my my strawberry painting that I did, that's just a 12x16 strawberry, 3 scoops of strawberry ice cream, and that was one that I had started, and I saw that you said, oh God. Yeah, I'm hopefully not going to burn the house down. I really hope not. I will keep some baking soda nearby, if nothing else, and a bowl of water. So, but yes, so the strawberry ice cream that I did last year, and that was something that I had started several years before, and I gave up on it because it just looked like it was too complicated for me. And I gave up pretty early on it, and then I came back to it, and I had acquired over those few years all these new skill sets. So that was just from lots and lots of practice of doing things. So I had acquired new skill sets in terms of, you know, the actual painting, in understanding color theory and layers and all of those wonderful things, and also in editing my photos to make sure that they were better than you know, maybe what I started with. And so I was able to go back, re-edit my photo, and then I did still use the original painting that I had started, but I did make some tweaks. Like, for example, when I talk about balance in my pieces, and sometimes I have to go in and, you know, make sure, because this seems really, it probably doesn't come across how difficult it is to make an ice cream cone look balanced on a panel, and without making it look like it's too heavy to one side or the other. And that was what happened on that strawberry piece. I had it and it was too heavy to the right side, and I didn't know that at the time, and that was part of my struggle with it. So again, when I came back to it, I was able to fix that, and now it is, if you haven't seen that one, it's just a 12x16. Only can't tell because you made, thanks very much, QP. Just lots of practice and lots of struggle off of Twitch to make things work. But if you haven't seen that strawberry one, I would encourage you to go check out my website. The original is sold, but I do have prints of it. And it's just a beautiful, very pink strawberry cone. And that is another thing that, you know, when I went back to editing the original photo that I had been working on, a lot of times that happens where the colors look very washed out, because I do take all of my own photos, and so usually what I have to do is really try to punch up the color in Photoshop. I can do it on my phone for certain pieces, but I really like my Photoshop. It gives me a lot more control over things. Yes, editing references, so important, Cupie. It totally is. It makes all the difference in the world. If you start with a crappy photo, you will end with a crappy painting. It doesn't matter if you're very ambitious and you think, I can make it look better, because you might be able to, but it's really hard. It's really hard to do that. So why not just, and it took me a long time to figure that out. So why, I guess I'm now at the point where I'm like, well, why don't I just fix it ahead of time if I can? And then sometimes you have to make the hard call and be like, I tried to make this reference look good and I couldn't get it to, what I want to be. And so that means you either have to scrap it, or you have to go back and try to, it doesn't work for ice cream, but for other subjects, rephotograph it, maybe in different light. I always have lots of projects going on in my head, right? And so I took some photos the other day of a cookie painting that I would like to pursue at some point in the near future. And I always take those outside to photograph them, because I've realized that when I try to do it in the house, no matter how bright I can make it, that it is never enough. And so I have much better luck outside, but it is dependent on the day, right? What the weather is, what time of day it is, if there are clouds in the sky. And I personally find it better for me to take things when it's overcast, just a little bit, as opposed to in really bright sunlight. Because what happens and maybe that's what you want, but for me, when I take photographs outside in really bright sunlight, they end up casting really, really, really hard shadows. And that's not always what I want. So if I want soft shadows, then I will go and try to get photos when it's a little bit overcast. And that way I can kind of hold the subject out wherever I am and get just nice cast soft shadows. I will probably still have to go in and edit it a bit. Sometimes that's increasing the shadows and sometimes that's, just tweaking the rest of the image. But it does give me a lot more control than the really, really hard shadows. If you like really hard shadows, then certainly you should photograph things outside during really, really bright times of the day. But, I said that when I do the trompe l'oeil pieces, when I started, that I would have my actual subject on my on my easel, and it would be taped onto a panel right next to the surface I was painting on. And so that is really great for working from life, which is cool. And the trompe l'oeil pieces, kind of like this, like the frosting swoop. So where they look three-dimensional, but they're flat. So I would tape like candy bars and crayons and whatever to a little panel, and then I would replicate it in paint. Really great for training your eye, really great exercise. But when you're doing that in the house and you have lots of lighting sources, first of all, very hard to control your light. And then usually what ends up happening is you end up having, inevitably, because you need a light bright enough for you to paint from, you end up casting a super hard shadow on your subject. And that's not always what I wanted in my trompe l'oeil pieces. And so what I would end up doing is oftentimes I would go back and actually just change the shadow and make it different than what it actually was in front of me to try to soften it. And that's hard to do because, you don't always get it right. And so you're basically imagining what it would be. Sometimes I would even turn the lights out and try to, soften them for a little bit so I could try to remember what it looked like. But yeah, it was a little tricky. So certainly a little bit tricky to do that. So not something I particularly recommend. But, like I said, I personally, trompe l'oeil is done in different ways. Some people like to do them with very hard shadows. That's totally fine, if that's your thing. But for me, I think because one of the things that allows me to, or allows anybody, I guess, to create trompe l'oeil. So again, just a reminder that it's like these, right? So one of the things that allows you to paint something like this is it has to be really shallow. So in other words, you don't want to paint something, you can't paint something in trompe l'oeil that sticks out from the surface like 6 inches. That's too deep. You would never make anything convincing. You want to keep it really as tight to the surface as possible. And so that's why I found like candy bars, crayons, recipe cards, things like that worked. The frosting swoops, those things work really well because, and the cookies, of course, like I did. So those things work really well because everything's in this very shallow space of like less than 2 inches. And that seems to be my sweet spot. So, you know, you just don't want to go anything too deep. So, anyway, that's how I did my trompe l'oeil. But trompe l'oeil is really great for training you, even if it's not something that you want to do all the time. It is really, really good for training you to see things objectively and realistically, especially if you do something small. It's a really great exercise. So I would encourage anybody who's trying to paint realistically to try that. Just, you know, pull something out. Doing some studies with it, yeah, you totally should, Cupie. Because even if you don't finish them, like if you do what you said is studies, let's say you taped a few crayons to a board, right, and tried to replicate it. You said you were timing yourself on, yes, I think it really would strengthen all aspects of your art. You said you were timing yourself. So you could even do that, right? You could time yourself and just really aim to get your highlights and your shadows and a little bit of form in there so that it was something that you, you know, maybe from a distance, maybe not close up, but maybe from a distance, you'd be like, hey, that looks pretty real. If I can accomplish that, you know, those three parts, especially highlights and shadows, right? If I can get that to look close, and then just do another one. So, but definitely do something in a very shallow space if you're gonna try something like that. I feel like I'm eating this this camera today, so I apologize. I'm not sure if I'm positioned a little bit differently or what, but anyway, I will try to keep it out of my face just a little bit. So I'm just going around here now and trying to. We're gonna work on these pecans just a little bit, and then I'm gonna do something really bold. So I hope everybody stays around for that. Like I said, right now we're kind of working on just the shadow areas of some of this. I probably would have picked something not very shallow. Yeah, well, I mean, that's fine for realistic painting, right? Hi, Solar. How are you today? You can certainly do that for realistic painting, but for trompe l'oeil, which again is that specific genre of art, again, yeah, very shallow. So less than 2 inches, maybe 3 if you wanted to stretch it, but I would say less than 2 inches. So I'm glad, Solar. It's nice to see you here. I hope you're having a good week. I wanted to mention that, I guess for anybody who's interested, that Solar is a composer and you can go listen to his music on his YouTube channel. So thanks very much, Solar. I appreciate it. We're going to push and get as much done as we can today. Try to make it look a little bit more realistic, and then I'm probably going to call it and just, if I have anything else to do, we'll just work on it outside of this. Because once I get to the very end, it's really hard to see the little tweaks that I start to make in here, but we are going to do some pretty, yeah, of course, Solar. We are going to do some pretty bold things to try to get this to look really realistic. So I do hope that everybody stays tuned for that. So, because we got to be bold, right? We can't be timid about doing things, even when we're at this stage, even when you're like, oh my gosh, it's so precious, I don't want to mess it up. If you want it to get better than this, then you have to, thank you so much, Cupie, for the shout out to Solar. If you want to get better than you are now, you have to be willing to be a little bold. So that's what we're going to try to do. Anyway, I always say we're going to try. I can't promise, I suppose, but we're going to try. And, you know, that also, I said, sometimes I need to do something that just makes it look, more compelling to me so that I know that I'm headed in the right direction. Hi, Cop, how are you? I love the little graphic. So nice to see you here, Cop. We're gonna try to finish as much of this today as we can, Cop, and then I'm just gonna work on the rest of it after the stream, and we will still have our ice cream party tomorrow. So I hope everybody is looking forward to that. Living in Shapes, welcome back. It's nice to see you. How are you feeling today? So nice that everybody is stopping in. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I did want to mention Kewpie again. This is an out of print book, but just in case, if you really are interested in that kind of study, this book, Painting Sharp Focus Still Lifes, which, you know, not all of this is trompe-l'oeil. It's just about painting sharp focus still lifes. Some of it is trompe-l'oeil. It says trompe-l'oeil oil techniques, but I just adapted to acrylic. But it's out of print. I bought it on Amazon used years ago. Not sure how you know, available it is nowadays. But anyway, it was a good introduction to all of those things. Cop, tomorrow is your 41st birthday? Is that right? Are you going to come back for our ice cream party? We're not going to eat ice cream the whole time, but I am going to probably do it in the earlier part of the stream, but we can make it a double thing. So it's an ice cream party for sort of finishing the painting and for your birthday tomorrow, Cop. So happy birthday. Should we sing? We can certainly sing. Oh, and Living in Shapes, your leg feels better. You're outside sitting in the car. I'm so glad. So Living in Shapes, it was your ankle that's broken, right? Yeah. So definitely we were thinking about you. Everybody's wishing you a happy birthday tomorrow, Cop. So yes, we will have a double party then for you tomorrow, and I hope that you get to stop in and bring your favorite flavor. So, aw. So nice. It's so nice. I'm so glad that everybody is doing well. And Kewpie, you'll have to find that. Yeah, you do a lot of thrifting. It might be available there because, I mean, it's like way out of print. So I don't know. I guess there's not a demand for it, but I thought it was a really cool book. So that was probably one of the first books that I read when I was starting to build my library of painting realistically. All right. So we're going to be bold, right? Because I say that we have to be bold. We're going to be bold right now because I want this area to dry a little bit. And before I can do what I need to do to it, I got to do something. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually glaze over this entire thing with a color to try to get this cone to pop a little bit more. I am then going to remove some of that paint in what's called a regressive technique, and we're going to let that whole thing dry. We'll flip the painting upside down, and then we will work on this part to try to get this all looking more realistic while this part dries, and then we'll come back to it. So it's just going to be a very thin, light glaze. Part of the reason for that is I feel like Living in Shapes, you're on a 3-stream streak. So I'm so glad. Very, very kind. I appreciate it so much. And I am so glad that you are feeling better. So I am not going to do this as it's not going to be really thick, right? It's just a very thin glaze. But the reason for that is sometimes this happens, a lot of times this happens as I'm building up all these layers. First, I want to show you all these really complicated shapes in here, right? So right in here, you can see this is actually, you know, these aren't individually painted squares, right? It's the culmination of all of these layers of paint peeking through one another. But my color is a little off, and it's a little bit pasty for my liking. So by putting a glaze over this whole thing and then pulling a little bit off, I will retain, hopefully, all of the shapes that are in here, build a little bit more dimension, and then I will get to come back in once it's dry and put my final layer or two of the highlights. So is that right? You know some stuff about shapes? Yes, thus the name, Living in Shapes. Sounds like a passion of yours. Okay, so let's decide what we're going to do here. I think I'm going to take my small brush for now because I'm going to come into this side first. The reason that I say this is a little bit off is this looks a little bit, like I said, a little pasty in some areas, a little bit red. and I need it to lean just a little bit more yellow. So, what does the AJ mean? Is there so? So I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna mix a color. And again, I don't know if this works until I get it on, but the nice thing about acrylics is this part's dry. If it goes terribly wrong in the first couple seconds, I can pull it off, right? So we're gonna just take a little bit of the yellow. Oh, AJ, that's your name. I'm sorry, Living in Shapes. I will try very hard to remember that. Apologies. So AJ. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I have always been really terrible with names. My husband, I always thought, was really phenomenal with names, but he told me he had somewhat of a cheat. He does actually have a pretty fantastic memory. He had somewhat of a cheat because, you know, he worked at Disney, as I've mentioned before, and everybody has name tags. So he always remembered where people were from and what their name was because they were always wearing name tags. So even harder with usernames. I'll try Cupie, honestly, but I'm still gonna need help. So you're just gonna have to, yeah, thank you, Living in Shapes. I will try a mnemonic device like that. If you have a friend named AJ, that is helpful. So I need a mnemonic device to remember AJ's name all the time. So I will think of one at some point here today so that I try to remember that, AJ. Thank you. Hi, Cop. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, he always had to cheat because he can still remember like literally hundreds of people that he worked with. And I have trouble remembering like 5 for their names. So yeah, sometimes that's hard for me. But again, mnemonic devices are a wonderful thing. So that can be very helpful. Okay, so I don't want to mix in this glaze any white. Is there an A in Shapes? Yes. Yes, there is an A in Shapes. That is true. That could be a start for the mnemonic device. Thank you, Cupie. All right, so I'm not going to add any white to this, right? We're just going to mix this yellow with this bright red that we were using in here. But we're going to lean a little bit more yellow. So this is a little bit more orangey. And then we're going to pull some of it off with the glaze and another brush, right? So we're just going to try to see how it goes. Again, part of the reason for this is I want to get rid of Shapes equals AJ. Thank you for the visual. That might be actually very helpful. That might be very helpful. All right, I want to get rid of some of this pastiness. So I'm just going to be bold and I'm going to glaze. I have lots of acrylic glaze here, right? We're just going to glaze a little bit over this whole thing. And I'm just going to do this shape first. And then I'm going to go in with a different brush and I'm going to pull a little bit of it off. That's a unique name of mine, I admit. All right, so we're just gonna go in and then pull a little bit off, okay? So, and we do that with a different brush. And so like here, for example, this is very pasty right now, and it's not as pasty in my original photo. So by going over this with just a glaze, I retain all of my shapes. I really appreciate that, Cupie. Thank you very much. I will retain all of my shapes, but I'm actually essentially like tweaking the color of the entire thing, which is kind of cool, I think, because there's a lot of times when you paint, at least for me, especially when I was starting, and you would do something and you would be so close to the end and you'd be like, oh my gosh, I got it wrong. That was so disappointing. And so part of this, I always say this method that I use of using lots of glazes, it works with my brain. It works with the whole way I think about painting, I suppose. And so it also prevents me from being ever disappointed or thinking that I can't fix something. There's always a way to fix something, right? This part in particular. So I want you to just look right here. I don't know if you can see that on my screen here. this part right here isn't near as pasty as what I have right here, right? So I have this kind of orangey yellow glaze. I'm just gonna go right over that. All of those shapes are still seen, but looks so much better. Hi, Pran. How are you? So nice of you to stop in. Pran is, I believe, from India, and it is super late where he is right now. So we're always appreciative when Pran stops in. So thank you so much, Pran. I hope you're doing well this week. And I do this because, you know, this happens a lot in, I think, any kind of painting, but particularly when I'm doing like these layers and I'm trying to build lots of highlights and shadows. And so things inevitably end up like a little bit pasty because it's a tendency for me, at least, to mix a lot of white into things when I'm, you know, building up dimension. And this helps to basically fix that. So this part looks so much better, but I'm still gonna go in with a little bit of glazing medium on my brush and just, this is a different brush, right? Just a little bit of glazing medium, and I'm just gonna dab this a little bit. This is a rough brush, so it is pretty stiff by comparison. My brushes are all very, very soft. And so what I'm doing is essentially just pulling off a little bit of paint in strategic places, which really helps me to, again, build up an extra layer of dimension in that. One streamer said to me after her sketches on Insta that people do not want to see sketches. What? Well, just block them. That's what I say, right? Everybody say it together. We're just gonna block them. So, yeah, I don't think that that's true. I think people like seeing process, and you know what? You do what is best for what your process is. So if you want to do sketches, then by all means, you do sketches, living in shapes. So, yeah, I don't know. Can't always cater to the populace, I think. Get blocked. All art is valid. That's right, Cupie. I loved, and I still have it in my head. I'm terrible with names, but I'm pretty good with visuals, right? And Cupie the other day put up some little graphic that said, "This is what I'll do to bullies." And it was like this little thing that was like, I don't even know what it was. It was like a little alien or something. Anyway, it's in my head. So yeah, so that I remember. But yeah, we have low tolerance for any kind of bullying. And you know, I said living in shapes before. There it is. Look how adorable that is, right? It's so adorable. I can't get it out of my head. I said, you know, a few times, I guess, on my streams that sometimes when I would post stuff to social media, you get people like saying all kinds of stuff, right? And some of it's not even like, I don't want to qualify it as mean, right? It's not mean. It's just snarky. It's just trying to make them feel better about themselves. And it's not necessary. And so I used to debate it in my head, and it really used to wreck me a little bit. And my husband, I finally, you know, told my husband, I'm like, oh, well, you know, I'm sure this person didn't mean it that way. And maybe, you know, it was like the first time one of my videos went viral. And that's going to inevitably happen, right? And he's like, why don't you just block them? And I was like, oh, I'm sure they didn't mean it. And, you know, they're just a person and they don't know. And no. You just block them. If it's doing anything to weigh on your mind, you just block them. So much better way to live, honestly. Some people truly just say things to entertain themselves or make themselves feel big and mighty. I agree. Pran, that is motivation for next project. Is that right, Pran? Yeah. We just block them. So I do want everybody to just, you know, I don't want that to ever come across as anything except me being very, me just wishing, I guess, that the internet was a more supportive place and trying to do my best to make it so. So that's, you know, we just block them. So I encourage anybody else to, even if you're debating it a little bit in your head, doesn't have to be rude, right? It's just anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, you just block them. So I don't think streamers with 0 viewers should say that to newcomers. Oh yeah, no, of course not. Well, yeah, like, so is that what it was? You were, they have 0 viewers and you're considering yourself a newcomer? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's, it is, well, what do I want to say? I guess you just have to establish your own rules for what you're comfortable with, right? For people. I have very low tolerance, so I want to keep everything very positive and very happy and light, and make this an escape from the world. Hi, Carl's Jr. Yeah, that's not right, Carl. Or that's not right, AJ. That's just not right. So, I said something the other day about even like critiques in school, right? Like, I thought that actually probably one of the most damaging things for me when I was in college was especially my freshman year. I took my first art class my freshman year, and there were some bad bullies in my class, and they were just mean, and they were insulting to me. And I was just this shy little like 18-year-old, right? And it was wrong. It was wrong. And I actually look back on that, and for a long time I was just, like I said, I got very discouraged after college, thinking that I wasn't supposed to make art. But now I wonder, like, why didn't the professor stop that person in particular? There's a few of them, but that one in particular, he's like a senior and I'm a little freshman, and that professor didn't stop them. And I'm like, why? So, hi, Plo. Is that right, Cupie? Your teachers would have put a stop to that? Yeah. And that, bullies suck. They do. They do, Carl's Jr. So, yeah, especially when you're young, when you're inexperienced, when you're new at anything, it's just nobody has the right to make you feel that way. So, anyway, I look back on that experience, and I just don't want anybody else to go through the same thing. So anyway, so Plo, so nice to see you. I saw some of your newer work on your Instagram. I did migrate over there. I haven't really done much on. I'm doing good. I haven't really done much on Instagram in a long time, but I am trying to like dip my toes in the water over there just a tiny little bit. And I saw your tulips, which were beautiful. And I saw your jelly beans that you started. So that's pretty awesome. And I actually have done like a lot of pile pieces in the past. And I was actually thinking of doing some more pile pieces soon. And then I saw your jelly bean piece. It's like with great minds, right, Flo? So I loved seeing those. So your tulip piece especially was really, really beautiful. So anyway, so anybody should check out Plo's channel. Certainly, Plo is a great streamer and very, very gifted. Pile pieces are so much fun. They're right. They are, right? Like a puzzle. It really is. I mean, I say that about a lot of my paintings and various parts of them, but pile paintings truly are like a puzzle for your brain. And so I really miss doing them. I really do. I've done quite a few of them in the past. I'm not sure if that's a bee or a fly flying around me, but we'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Oh yeah, Cupie makes art. Cupie does make art. So good news about the tulip piece. It's going to be hanging in an art gallery. You got in. Oh, everybody cheer for Plo. Woo! And please go follow Plo over on her channel, because she is a great streamer as well. But she had applied to a local gallery, and she was nervous. All right, Plo, you were nervous, and you got in. So yay, Plo! I'm so happy for you. That is awesome. Very, very cool. Cupie is so talented. She is totally talented. Yes. So I'm so happy for you, Plo. We're all so happy for you. So that is really wonderful. Congratulations on that. Oh, thank you for sharing that that shout out to Plo there, Carl's Jr. So yeah. I was very nervous, but you applied on Saturday and they emailed you back on Monday, 6 to 10 pieces. How awesome. That's a very fast response. Did you expect a response that fast? That is awesome. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of this, and then we're again gonna kind of do the same thing. I don't wanna go over the whole thing because I don't want it to dry too soon. I want to be able to remove some of it. Oh, so everybody's telling you congrats, Flo. That is awesome. I'm really, really happy for you, Flo. I'm so glad. All right, I'm just gonna take this other brush and try to do this again. Do you know which pieces you're gonna send? 6 to 10 pieces, that's a lot. And are they things that you already have ready, or are you going to do, or I don't know when they want them by. So are there things that you have ready, or if you're going to do new ones for them? But so awesome. You've got 5 figured out, possible 6 finalized tomorrow because they need them on, oh, they need them that fast. Ah, very, very cool. That's basically the same business day. They know you are amazing. That's right. That is right, Cupie. They know that she was amazing, and they didn't want to miss out. So that is awesome, Flo. We are all very, very happy for you. So I guess we'll celebrate that too with our ice cream tomorrow. So now we have Cop's birthday, maybe finishing this, and we'll celebrate Flo getting into the gallery. So how cool is that? How cool is that? That's the portfolio amount. Yeah, living in shapes. It is. All right, so we're just kind of warming this up just a little bit more in the direction of the yellow, just a little bit, but all those other colors are still peeking through on the bottom. I'm just gonna do it a little bit at a time, and then we get rid of this pastiness that's in here, right? We went to the gallery today to see this month's people, and the owner of the gallery is such a sweetheart. That's really nice, Flo. That's really wonderful. The most joyful celebration. That's right, it all comes together tomorrow. So very, very cool. We like positive news here, I think. That makes us all feel good. It makes us all feel good, right? So anyway, yeah, thank you very much for sharing that, Flo. And again, anybody who just bumped in, please go follow Flo. She just got into a gallery to show her work, and she is a wonderful Twitch streamer. So please go over and follow her as well. She's gonna help you with pricing too, because honestly, I don't know what to price at. Hey, that's, you know, that's right, Bran. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. I think that's probably the best approach, you know. They'll be able to tell you what the market is, particularly in that area, and it's a good baseline for you, and then you can, you know, always adjust from there if you needed to. But it sounds like they're very they're very enthusiastic and very happy to have you. For me personally, this ice cream would have been done a long time ago. Your eye is sharp. Thanks, AJ, I guess. Yeah, I try to take things to another level. I'm a little bit crazy that way. So, you know, it's always wanting to push myself just to be a little bit better than I was before. So again, we just try to push. But I do think that this, I don't know how much is visible to you guys, but just doing this really does, for me, help to, you know, lift it out of this pastiness, get it back to being this nice, warm, baked cone. So you think it looks crazy realistic, and then somehow it gets more real. Blows my mind. I appreciate that very much, QP. Thank you very, very much. I can practically smell the cone. Well, that's high compliments, Carl's Jr. I appreciate that. It's weird with doing stuff on camera because you can't see the nuances that you can see with the human eye. That is very true. I wish I could take this and send it to y'all, right? Because it is hard to see, and I'm not always 100% sure that I have the camera focused correctly on the piece, but you'll just have to trust me for some of it, I guess. And like I said, we're gonna just take this as far as we can get it today, and then tomorrow after our ice cream party, we're gonna go ahead and start something new. So So yeah, sometimes I do need to, at least for the end. I did say I was going to work on this whole thing on the streams, and I would say I'm working on 90% of it on the stream. But I do have some little nuances and things that just, you know, it's going to look like it's the same to y'all. This is a little bolder, I think, but the rest of it's going to look a little bit the same. So, but I am going to fix this quite a bit up here while this dries, and then we'll come back and put some highlights on this. But whatever we get done today, we just get done, right? Always say I wish my eyeballs were cameras. Sometimes if I remember, sometimes I do take video clips of my pieces as I go. So I've posted on my social media in the past lots of process videos of things. And I do think people think that that's very interesting to see. I need to be better with that because I don't always remember to do it. I need to take at least one clip a day, really. And sometimes I'm good with that. And then sometimes I go through long periods and I forget. But you could always watch this and fast forward, I suppose. Because we are starting to put a few of these up on my YouTube, in case anybody ever wants to go back and watch a replay. So how are the temps there today? It was actually pretty chilly here for upstate New York at this time of year. I think it was, I don't know, I guess chilly's not the wrong word. I just expected to be warmer, solar. And it was like 70, something like that. I wanted it to be warmer for my little veggies growing out there because they seem to do better when it's warmer outside. But it's hot in California lately. Is that where you are, Carl's Jr.? I don't think I realized that you were in California. Are you in the northern part or the southern part of California? It's been in the 90s for the last 2 weeks straight. Is that right? Plo, taking clips is the hardest part of it all because you keep thinking, I'll get a few clips and then you blink and you're done. That's right. I just don't remember. I need to try to remember to do it either at the beginning of, like, before I start my stream or right after I finish. And then I will, be able to string those together, but I just don't always remember. It's cooled in the UK a bit. Midwest girl at heart, is that right? So you were from Ohio. I was from Pennsylvania. That was where I grew up. So I've been to Ohio a number of times, but very similar probably weather for the two of us there. But I've only ever been to California once, and it was only at the airport just when I was passing through for something. So I again just want to go in with a little bit of medium and try to just take off just a little bit of this paint if I can. And then I wipe it onto my little paper towel on my palette. So not a whole lot, and I'm still going to come in here with some highlights, but I wish that you all, like you said, could see this like, 15 minutes ago, right? And then what we just did, because to me, it's a huge difference. And then I get to go in and make these highlights better on the next pass. And it's okay to have a few pasty highlights in here, but I just didn't want it to be overwhelming. You strike me as more of a Northern California girl. I bet you would enjoy San Francisco. I've always wanted to go to San Francisco, actually. So yeah. I've said before, we lived in Florida for a number of years. That weather is a little treacherous. and so certainly lots of very, very hot days. And so you just treat that lifestyle, differently. But, my husband, because he worked at Disney for so many years, he was outside a lot of the time. And it was so, he always had to wear, for the last like 15-ish years that he was there, he always had to wear a dress shirt with long sleeves and a tie. And we went through so many ties because it would rain, and so he would have walked in the rain, and then it's immediately humid, like terribly after each rain, and so all the ties would get all stretched out like within a few weeks. So we would just cycle through tons and tons of ties. I don't even know what to do with old ties that are all stretched out like that, but yeah, it wasn't fun for him to walk around in that heat. San Francisco is amazing, and your aunt lives in the arts district. Oh, you totally love it. Is that right? Not living though, because so many neighbors. Yeah, maybe so many neighbors. That might be a little intense for me. But I certainly would like to visit someday. So that would be nice. I've said before, and Cupie knows that I've said before, I'd like to live like really in the middle of nowhere. That would be my ideal place. But at least here I have, you know, a little private fenced in backyard and a little garden back there that I am a second year gardener. And so it's somewhat private, but, you know, a little too close for comfort to my neighbors. So not my ideal space, but still not so bad. I'm still grateful for it, right? No make video day 1 and post daily, just 40 or 30-second video. Yes. So are you saying, Pran, we shouldn't do a daily video, just a 30 or second, or that we should post daily just 30 or 40 seconds? Because I always tend to, well, not always. I generally tend to, you can see Cupie's art actually on her Instagram page, AJ. She's great, actually. She is great. And Pran, I have experimented, I guess. And Pran is a YouTube manager, right, Pran? I have experimented with doing like strung out videos where I take, 10 or 12 clips and put them all together to show the process. And I've experimented with doing one video per day and kind of stringing those sequentially together as I go. So what is your recommendation then, that you do each day separately and then string them all together at the end? How would you suggest that we do that? For anybody else who's interested also in doing that. I'm just gonna go ahead and flip this upside down now. So we're gonna let that dry. Everybody take a good look at the cone, right? Yeah, so I don't know the best approach. I guess I've had mixed results. Sometimes that works for me and sometimes it doesn't. So I think that for the painting that I did last year called Chasing Butterflies, which was my like Halloween type painting with a little kitty cookie that was chasing a butterfly cookie among a field of pumpkin cookies. That one I did say that you could tune in every day, and I posted almost every day to my TikTok with that one. But I tended to get a little fatigued on it. I think the viewers got a little fatigued on it and then they came back at the end. So I don't know. Half of your problem is you use the iPhone for reference and also use it as your recording device. Same Flo. So I have to stop using my reference to record. I agree. So yeah, that is a challenge. I know if we had unlimited budgets for all this tech equipment, that maybe that would make a difference for us. But I agree, Flo. Same thing. Usually what I end up doing is just kind of, when I record a clip, just kind of going over a same area that I've already painted so that it looks like I'm doing something with it, because I don't, know what to do next. So, all right. So I'm going to go in and, is that right? I'm going to go in and try to do some of these shadows a little bit better. Yes, those are our deep, dark secrets that we're faking it, Flo. We're faking it for the viewers because we have to stage it because we're doubling up on our phone. My graphite, you're just smudging stuff you already smudged. That's right. We got to fake it. We only have one recording device / reference. So that's how we do it. So I'm going to go into some of these shadow areas and just try to get these a little bit better up here. So, there was these wonderful little warm areas in here. I want to define those just a little bit more. I am going to use my bright red since I already have shadow in there. Aw, that's a very nice comment from AJ. Very, very nice. Anybody who doesn't know, Cupie, you are welcome to share, by the way, your link. Did you share it up there already? I think maybe you did. But yes, you are always welcome to go and check out QP's Instagram as well. I love having so many creative, wonderful people in here. So it's so nice. So nice. Remember, all our project story is the main story selling. So does that mean that the progression would be more interesting for people, Pran? The progression of going through like a daily story leading up to, as opposed to just blurting it all out at the end? You let me know. Sheer Cold, thank you so much for the follow. We really appreciate it. I am welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah, just let me know what you think, Pran, because I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, because it would be helpful for me, and I'm sure for other people as well. Okay, so let's see what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna take actually this bright blue and just dull this down just a tiny bit. Story always sell what kind of video. So again, I guess I'm not sure if we mean a daily video or not a daily video. Just a bunch of clips at the end. And anybody else who has any opinion on that, please feel free to share, because I am not sure. I just try different things and experiment. And sometimes something hits. Like I said, sometimes I've had videos that have gone viral on TikTok, and sometimes I get like 100 views. So, you know, it's maybe there's more of a science to it than what I'm understanding. Sometimes I think it's a little bit of luck just in there, a little bit of something that's hitting the algorithm. The disappointing thing is when you're, and I guess this is my disappointment. I put a lot of work into your videos and they do garbage, right, Flo? Other videos you put no effort in and get better views. Can't help you, I understand. Yeah. Do you post on just TikTok? Do you also post reels on Instagram and YouTube? So I have posted stuff on Instagram, but I kind of have taken a break from it for a few months. I was finding, much like Flo, I would take so much time to put something. You need more. You need to explain more. I need time to type it all. Yeah, no worries, Pran. Whatever you can contribute is welcome, but don't feel pressured. So anyway, we appreciate it. I have, like Flo, spent a lot of time to make something on Instagram, and I very rarely have anything push through. TikTok I've had more success with, but but it's a different audience, right? It's just a different audience. So Instagram Reels is much more brutal. Yes, I find commenters are at least, is there another word there? Oh, you mean like brutal in like that the commenters are brutal to you? Is that what you mean? I've not encountered a lot of bullying on Instagram. First, I'll need to understand how the algorithm works. By the way, we're all like listening in, Pran, because again, for anybody who's not been in here earlier, Pran is a manager for a YouTube. And so he's going to try to help us out a little bit with figuring out what we need to do. So anyway, anything you say, Pran, is welcome once again. So yeah, the algorithm, that is something I've never been able to figure out. On TikTok, a lot of people do multiple parts to keep people hooked and coming back, then wait a day or so and then post the second part. Yeah, so that's kind of what I did. I would post, like as I was doing some of my cookie pieces last year, I would say I was having more luck with those because I think that they had more of an emotional connection to people. Whereas something like this, people think, well, that's cool, but they're not really like emotionally vested in the progression of it as much. I don't know if that makes sense. But yes, so, I started having some more success last year on And yeah, on the reels, oh, the reels on Instagram, the comments are meaner. It pushes videos to the wrong people or something. That's interesting. I think I started becoming a little, like I said, I would put a lot of effort into something on on Instagram and get like nothing. On TikTok, at least if I put something out there, I have seemingly had a much better shot at reaching a much broader audience. But whether or not it is an effective audience, that I can't tell you. So that's why I'm a little disenchanted with the social media platforms. I'm convinced no one knows how the algorithm works. Well, it might be Pran. He might know. I don't even think the algorithm knows the algorithm words. Yeah, you need to understand which age group watches your video. That's interesting. Is that what you would consider the primary thing, Pran? Which age group watches your video? That's interesting. And not actually something I guess I would have directly considered. I mean, I would say, on TikTok, I know that the age demographic tends to be younger. Interesting. So, I have had some success with that in, getting attention from my work. And a lot of support for the paintings that I was doing, but like I said, less so on Instagram. But Instagram was tended to be where more higher end collectors were, and so I don't want to like eliminate it entirely because I certainly want to share my work with people. But like Flo said, it's it used to be much more effective for me. I started out on Instagram years ago, and when I was posting that work that I was doing, it was more effective for me. So again, maybe I'm just missing something. That's right, Flo. You only have so many hours in the day. That's hard to prioritize that, especially if you want to string like a big thing together. It just takes time. I hate that as an artist trying to be full-time, you always have to be a full-time media person. I know, right? It's complicated. It is complicated. So yeah, I don't have the I don't have the answer to that. Like I said, sometimes, so I mean, I can post something that I put a lot of effort in, just like Flo said. I can post something that I put a lot of effort into and get like 100 views. I can post something that I put no effort into, other than, one video. So like the first video that I had that truly went viral, which is still my biggest video on TikTok, was a close-up view of the, what does it say, Pran? Then you target that group of people. So you target that age bracket of people that's watching. So like the painting that I did called The Daydreamer, which I've mentioned before, I showed it the other day, that was the horse cookie with the little gingerbread barn and the little pretzel fence and a frosting background. I had posted multiple videos of that in process throughout for a few weeks and gotten some attention for it. And then the one video I just posted, I think it was like midnight. It was late. I posted it at like midnight, and all it was a close-up view. It just panned over the image, and it said, what it was, and talked about how long it took to make, and I was trying to make something magical, and it like took off, and I was awake for hours trying to respond to comments on it, and but I think that was kind of luck because. And that's not to say I haven't had other videos that occasionally perform very well, but it was YouTube, Instagram, TikTok algorithm push age group your video. Okay. It's still, I guess that gives me a better direction, Pran, to understand the age group. I'm not sure how to maybe reach the particular. I guess it's a little complicated, right? It's a little complicated for me to try to figure out how that would individually apply to me or anybody else in here for that matter. Because yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I would have to think through that to figure out how that would work. But I appreciate it because I'm sure that that is probably actually a very good approach. And I just want to point out just this little bit down here that this just really helped this little nut actually form down here just by putting that little bit of highlight in there. Anyway, I'm going to take this down this side too because I can see one little mark here. Yeah, so I'm going to have to consider that, Pran, because consider how that would work for me. Maybe do a little bit of research. But that one video that I said I posted and that went viral, and it's got like over 400,000 views on it, and 100,000 likes, I think, something like that. And it really connected with people. So maybe that was my sweet spot, and maybe I don't, know how to repeat that quite to reach that same group. So anyway, it's still all a bit of an experiment. Thank you very much, QP, for sharing the link to that TikTok. I think that with that one in particular, and if you watch it, if anybody else thinks the same, part of it was, my camera was a little wonky because I was holding it, and I kind of wobbled it, not really intentionally, as you research hours or hours make a video. Is that right? You research for a long time before you make a video? Interesting. I think that that's a limitation for artists, right? Because we don't really have that extra time to be able to dedicate to that. It'd be nice if we did. And maybe we should find some way. But it's a lot, like Plo said, it's very disappointing when it's a lot of effort that you put into something and it doesn't perform well. TikTok ban for me, is that right? Yeah, so I remember I posted that like really, really late. And like I said, the camera was kind of wonky. And the music that I picked almost sounded very like, I wanted it to be magical. So it almost sounded like kind of Harry Potter-ish. And I feel like when you look at it, that it almost feels like that. Like you're flying in to see the painting. And I think that just clicked for people. So total accident from my point of view. Maybe that's not the thing that got them, but it is a lovely video. Just a nice slow pan over everything and in the painting, and it did connect with people. So dealing with social media, taking care of website, packing orders, streaming, and then having to figure out time for art. I know, Plo, right? It's a bit much. It is a bit much to try to work it all in. When I started painting and selling my work, like, 12-ish years ago, what I actually found was the most effective tool for me. Well, there were two things. So I did most of my stuff as a daily. Yeah, Pran, just too much, right? It's just too much. When I started, the most effective tools for me were, I had a blog. I still have a blog, but I don't post as regularly to it as I used to. Okay, AJ, did you share more of your stuff? Super. Everybody could check out AJ's link on Insta. So I had every time I had a new painting, and like I said, I was putting out 2 or 3 paintings. Good for you. No, you shouldn't feel weird, AJ. We want to see your work. So I will check it after the stream. I appreciate it. What is this? I need to check the time. 1 hour and 11 minutes in, just so I can remember to go back and check the link there. So no, it shouldn't feel weird. I appreciate you sharing. Anyway, so I had a blog, and I would basically make a blog post every time I had a new painting that would go up for sale, and I was selling them. At that time, I was selling them either on Etsy or on eBay. And then I had a membership to Daily Paintworks, which was a site that promoted people who did small daily paintings. And those were really my most effective tools. And then I had an email list as well, which again, I've kind of let go a little bit, but I'm trying to at least periodically send something out to my email list. But yeah, so then social media, like I said, Instagram did okay for me in the beginning. I'm not sure how much it contributed to anything beyond just, some interest in my stuff, but not really direct sales. But then as it got more, the algorithm changed, it became more complicated. And I just found, like a lot of other small creators, that we just kind of got pushed down. Don't stop posting because of the bullies. Yeah, I'm sure that's true for everybody, right? Right, AJ? So we don't want anybody to stop posting because of the bullies, because they're just going to exist and you just block them. That's what we do. Block, block, block. All right, I'm going to just hop in here and try to fix this a little bit, which is looking kind of weird. This nut does not look like a nut, right? Just looks like a blob right now. So we need to go in here and make some changes to that. I need to take time to give you a masterclass for the algorithm. I wish, Pran, right? Yes, so we need Pran to take over the stream and give us a masterclass on the algorithm at some point. Because it is hard. It's hard for a lot of artists, and I think that we've collectively as an art community become discouraged because social media has become a very different, I would say, in the last decade than it was when it started, and we don't have time to compete with a lot of the other things out there that are competing for people's attention. So there's also a weird aesthetic to it as well. Like to social media, you mean, Flo? What do you mean by that? I'm just going to try to go in here and just start to add a little bit of detail into this pecan. And this is just a mix of my bright red and my bright yellow, but I'm putting it a little bit thicker. Not really thick, but just a little bit thicker than it was like when I applied it down here. I think it's just, it's I see a lot of people who, I made a video last summer on my TikTok. And one thing that I said was, because I was just trying to think like how I felt and how I thought that other people might feel on social media. Because you see some people with lots and lots of followers and great success, right? Mail club videos for some reason, yes. They're always perfectly curated with this clean, almost magical aesthetic, clean cuts, fairy tale and music, crisp voiceovers. Yes. So I actually have a mail club. I do. And I do that just to make some affordable options for people who can't afford, other larger prints and or originals of my work. So I don't hate the mail clubs. I think that they are very good, but I understand what you're saying, Plo. That, it's content creation. It's content creation. So, it's a lot of people who put that effort in, but there is a lot of people who I think put that effort in and they do not have viral videos. They do not have things that take off, and so that is certainly the challenge, to stand out from the crowd. And that's where I think a lot of people get, discouraged. And like I said, I have a love-hate relationship with that. Yeah, every video is the same for their formulas. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. Mine's actually very different because I don't do what the other mail clubs do. I'm basically selling mini prints that are really high quality of my larger prints, as opposed to, one day I'll give you all the algorithm masterclass. Thank you, Pran. Yeah, we'll have to do that sometime. I think that would be good. But yes, I think that, like I said, last year I posted something, and I'll share it here, right? That's just my sentiment, that if you're following people on social media, I'm going to say big artists, if you're an artist and you're following people on social media who are wildly successful, if they're either have lots of followers, every one of their videos goes viral, whatever you determine that level of success is, if you're following those people and watching their stuff just continues to make you feel bad about yourself, you should consider unfollowing them. That does not mean that you're not, supportive of them, that you don't wish them well, whatever. But every time you go on social media, if you see someone who has more attention than you're getting and it makes you feel bad, you should unfollow. You should consider it anyway. I did that and it made me feel so much better, because it is a very dangerous thing when you start comparing yourself to other people. And that goes for what you make, what you promote yourself as. It is very, very dangerous if you go down that path, because it's really easy to slip into this kind of self-loathing, self-pitying routine. And so if you feel bad when you see their stuff, just don't follow them anymore. Again, it's not a rude thing. You're not being rude to them. And so don't look at it that way. Just look at it as a way to protect your self-esteem and your path, knowing that today you are working to get to be better than you are today when you get to tomorrow or next week or next year. And if there's something that's a hindrance to that, then you got to cut it out. So that's just my opinion. But there are people that are like that. If it's going to make you feel bad, just consider unfollowing them. It starts with a voiceover cutting. Cue the desk. Yeah, putting it all together. Nice, perfect label. There you go. Yeah. It's kind of magical. AJ. I'm going to get it right, AJ. I'm sorry. That's so true. I was comparing myself to others so much. Like 2 years ago, I almost quit art. Yeah, isn't that sad? Right? It's sad. It's discouraging. It's everybody who makes art goes through that. Everybody. And maybe there's a few top tier lucky people who don't. I don't know them, but maybe there's a few. But you cannot compare yourself constantly to other people. And that is the thing that I do feel, just as AJ articulated there. That's the danger, I think, of social media. That's the downside. It's not the worst part of social media, I think, for artists is not getting enough attention. It's seeing other people who are getting more attention. And that just makes it sometimes, not always, sometimes something just inspires you. That's cool. But if it inspires you, if it lifts you up, that's cool. If it makes you feel bad because you're not at their level for whatever, again, professional accomplishments, your drawing ability, your painting ability, whatever. If it's making you feel bad, just don't follow them. Fran, competition matters. Yeah. It's, I don't like to think of the art world as competition, right? Because I like it in here. Everybody's being kind and supportive of each other. I think that is important. I think that it's, I think that we don't want to think of it as like market competition. We just want to think of it as, is it helpful for me? Is it uplifting for me? Is it encouraging for me? If there's any of those things that aren't true about things that you follow on social media, then cut them out. Because then, life's too short to keep beating yourself up by comparing yourself to other people. I know one person, he's 14 years old, create anything off the top of his head. He usually comes to your streams. Is that right? That's pretty amazing. Just remember, you could be in awe of someone's work and want to draw like them, but at the same time, you could be in awe of you and your style. That's right, Flo. I mean, it's okay, to be in awe. And if it makes you feel, it's all about what it makes you feel like. If it makes you feel like, I want to be like them, I want to learn like them, and I don't feel bad about myself by watching their videos or, or commenting or just enjoying their content, whatever, that is totally cool and totally, amazing. But just be careful about, when you slide down that path of constantly comparing yourself to other people. There's a difference between admiration and jealousy. Yeah, that's very true, Flo. And it's not even always jealousy as much as it's just, just beating yourself up. I'm not moving fast enough. I'm not making things, I'm not progressing fast enough. I'm not, why, you know, I put all this effort into XYZ and I'm not getting there, you know, soon enough. You had a friend who was jealous. Is that right, Solar? Yeah, it's not even jealousy. It's just, I appreciate that very much, Cupie. There's not realism, but yes, I appreciate that. It's anything is possible, right? I hope that when you come in here, that this is just like a space where you feel comfortable, and that I'm not, you know, telling you that you have to paint like me, because certainly everybody paints in their own way, but I share my stuff because I think it's kind of interesting and entertaining, and I had a difficult path in trying to find how I do that, or how I, you know, how I got to here, and I want to keep getting better, right? So I think it's a space where we can all do that today together and tomorrow together, as opposed to you know, watching a celebrity artist maybe make stuff and it just makes you feel bad. I don't know if that's a fair comparison. And they're not intentionally trying to make anybody feel bad, right? But sometimes it just, you know, maybe you're at a point where you're questioning what your ability is, or you're questioning your perspective, or what kind of path you should take, and you just don't want to do anything. You don't want to put anything in your life that's gonna derail you. So I appreciate that very much, Solar. Yeah. Let me just scroll back here for a second. He can draw. Let me see. AJ, he can draw with his left arm and text me in stream. Is that right? That's pretty amazing. Yeah, so I appreciate that very much, Solar. You kind of had an issue today when your dad went to the gallery and he's like, you should do local landscapes. And I'm like, I'm not a landscape person. 4 different people were already doing local landscapes. So how does that set you apart? It's amazing, right, Plo? How many people should you? And I say that like, should you? By saying, you should do this, you should do that, you should do that, you should do that. And that's all up to you, right? But it's amazing how many people feel that right to say that to you. Aw, thanks very much, Solar. I don't know about that, but I appreciate it. He's 9 years in, and literally insane. I just thought those kind of people don't exist. Very cool. No worries, AJ. I get most of it, so no worries. I got a gift some new I just got a gift some new emotes. Oh, that's cool. I gotta give some new emotes. That's cool. So do you, I'm not sure I understand. Whatever the art is, we all have our own individual ideas and modes. I would say never give up. That's right. It's difficult to do, tough. Yes. You just don't want, you know, art is hard enough to make, right? Being any kind of artist is hard enough. You don't want to make anything more difficult for yourself. So and now you can use those guys. How cool. How cool, Cupie. So I love the little dancing cats. What is the second thing there? So yeah. So anyway, there's again, I always have a rant, right? I always have a rant every time. So there's my rant for the day. Just don't let anything in your life make you feel bad about the things that you do. So they're so cute, I have no idea. It doesn't matter, right? They're cute. So that's cool. That's very, very cool. Okay, so I fixed a little bit on that. I'm gonna have to let that dry. I'm gonna hop over here because I know this little area needs some work. So we're gonna come in here and just do that. And so I'm gonna take a little bit of white. We're gonna go in and do a little bit of my highlights. I am gonna come back and have to do a little bit of my shadows, but we're gonna do some highlights first. So I'm gonna take a little bit of white with a little bit of my bright colors, and we'll just mix that together. So it's not totally white, it does have a little tinge of color in it, and that's what I want. And I'm just gonna go in after I mix some medium in there, because we always mix medium in there. People like you make me want to create the best work possible. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's the nicest thing you could say to me, AJ. Honestly, that's the nicest thing you could say to me. So we all want to, oh, thanks very much, QP. You're all very kind. I just want everybody who wants to feel like that they have the ability to make the art that they see in their head, that they dream about making. And when I showed my old stuff the other day, which was kind of embarrassing, that was part of that reason, is because I just want you to know that I got a lot better, and I'm still learning. And so that is, I did it to be, as encouraging as I could. Georgia, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Georgia. Very, very kind. I always tell people anyone can do it, and no one believes it. Yeah, right. Yes, very true, AJ. Yes, you're on the way. It's, you know what? Anybody who's in here who hasn't watched that stream, I think it's still up, right? Because today's only Thursday. So yes, it stays 2 weeks. Does it stay 2 weeks? Anyway, so last Friday I showed my old art from when I was a kid, from when I was high school, college. 10 years I took off from making art, came back to it, taught myself to oil paint, transitioned to acrylics, and now 10 years after that, or 12 years after that, I guess, 10 or 12 years after that. So anyway, whole transition, whole lifetime of making art. And I wanted you to see that you can always get better. Like, you just have to keep persevering. Georgia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. We're glad you're here. So you're an artist and just love watching what others are up to. Nice. Well, you are welcome here all the time. I am, we're full of artists in here, artists and artisans, musicians and composers and all kinds of things, writers. So yes, you are certainly welcome in here, Georgia, and you're in good company for that. So thank you. And you know how you scroll, what did Plo say? You know how you scroll through your Insta feed and it's like one person, sorry, I'm scrolling. It's like one person you follow and then 4 ads. If you click the Instagram logo at the top center, you can filter to just your following. Yeah. Oh, living in shapes, AJ. AJ, did you just subscribe to me? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That means a lot to me, AJ. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're so glad you're here. You're very, very kind. I really appreciate it. Is that my strawberry painting? I was thinking about doing another one of those. A big pile of strawberries. That was a really cool painting. That one I did was huge. It was like 2 feet by 2 feet, but it was a very cool painting. Big pile of strawberries. Thank you so much, AJ. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. Oh, just very kind. Thank you, AJ. Georgia, you do paint with me classes with fun little acrylic painters, and you're also a potter. Nice. I taught only for the kindest. Thank you so much, AJ. That is very, very kind. That means a lot to me. Georgia, maybe 10 years ago or so, I did teach a few acrylic painting classes at Michael's down the street, and it wasn't really my thing. I think I did it for maybe 6 months or so. It wasn't even that I hated doing it, because I had a nice little loyal group of people who followed and would come back for the classes, but that was when we had just moved here and the weather was terrible, because I'm in upstate New York. And I remember I tried to get home one day, and I hadn't been here very long. I tried to get home one day, and I got a little bit lost, and I was going up the hills, and I got stuck at a snowbank, and it sucked really bad. And I was like, I'm not doing this again. Just not doing it again. So I admire you for teaching some paint with me classes, and it takes a special person to be able to do that. You think that everybody would be able to do that, but no, that is not true. It takes a very special person to be able to do that. And it's cool that you're also a potter, so it sounds like you're very diverse there, Georgia. Very, very nice. Well, again, welcome in. And AJ, again, thank you very much for subscribing. That is very, very kind. All right, I'm just gonna go in and we're gonna try to do a little bit of these highlights and just make this look a little bit, pop a little bit more. And then we'll go back and we'll work some more on the shadows and a little bit on these highlights down here. So again, we'll just see how much we can do today. So let's go right up in here. I can see like there's certain places where, again, we did lots of layers on this, right? So yes, QP, thank you for asking, Georgia. Georgia, you are welcome to share a link to your work if you would like to. I can see a few places where the highlights are brighter. We worked lots of layers, right? So I don't even remember now. I've lost track on how many layers we had on this. 6 or 7 at this point, I think. And so just wrapping up elementary day camp class with frog on a mushroom. What? I love making art fun for kids. Oh no, I'm so sorry about that, Georgia. No worries. Anyway, welcome in. And QP was asking if you have a link, you're welcome to share any of your work. But that is super cool that you love making art fun for kids. Elementary day camp. That is very, very cool. All right. So I think that I'm going to do just a little bit more in here just to kind of pop this out. And again, what I'm doing is, like for this part, it's pretty smooth. Part of this cone is melted, a little bit more down here. Part of it is not melted up here. We're gonna try to get it to look a little bit more realistic by kind of accentuating some of that. And part of what I do is, you know, I will often use kind of a rough brush with a little bit of glazing medium on it. And instead of using lots of brush strokes, sometimes I just spread the paint out with this. I taper it. Sometimes I use kind of a stippling approach, but here I'm just going to taper it a little bit. It just makes it look more convincing to me than, you know, just kind of blocky strokes of paint. I don't like the blocky strokes of paint. So not really on social. It's mostly just a portfolio. Nice. For you to keep track of what you've done. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, you are welcome to always hang out with us, Georgia. And if you have any stories that you'd like to share of your teaching the kids, I'm sure everybody would love to hear those as well. But yes, whatever, no pressure. And you're just always welcome to hang out. I love when creative people are in here just chatting about the work that they're making, and everybody gets to know each other a little bit better. And so, oh, nice. Is that a link for Instagram? Anyway, but yes, everybody gets to know each other a little bit and just share their work. And it's always fun to learn about different mediums. And okay, super. Well, everybody can check out George's link on Instagram then. So yeah, we just all learn a little bit about each other in here. Nice way to support each other. I try not to, I guess we try to keep it pretty light in here. So we don't have a lot of, you know, formality. We just ask for positivity. So I talk through my process, and, you know, I'm happy to share, and other people talk about their stuff, and we just try to make fun, happy art. So if you want to send people's profiles who share with you, so Also, Kim, if you want me to send you people's profiles who share, so you don't have to go back through stream. Thank you very much, QP. Yes, as I said, I was going to start maybe being able to bring links up, but yes, that actually would be nice. I am not quite ready to do that, but I appreciate that, QP. So yes, our big tip for the day was to wipe the brush instead of rinsing it every time. Helps the, blend the colors so they look better together. Nice. Good tip, Georgia. Very nice. Hi, Mound. Welcome. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. I hope you're having a good week. All right. So when I'm building up these layers, I started, for anybody who wasn't here before, I started with very warm layers underneath. So you could go back and watch the early streams for that. That was this palette here of this very dark blue, dark red, and my yellow. And then as I built up my cooler layers on top, that was these colors down here instead, mixed with my white. So it's not just mixing white, it's also tinting them a little bit with what I call my cooler colors. That's just how I structure my paintings. It's not how everybody has to structure theirs, but it's what works for me. So Mound, I hope that you will come back tomorrow, and Georgia as well. We're gonna have our ice cream party tomorrow to sort of celebrate the finishing or near finishing of this painting. And we're gonna do that roughly, I'm always a little bit late, but roughly at 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. So bring your own ice cream flavor. And so we'll celebrate that. And we are also celebrating multiple things. It's going to be Cop's birthday. So he's turning 41. Actually, Cop, I'm not sure if you're he or she, but Cop is going to be turning 41 tomorrow. So we're going to celebrate that. And Plo just got into an art gallery. So we're going to celebrate that as well. So how long have you been painting this one? I think I've been painting this one. I did this all on stream, Georgia. I think that this is, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, is this my 6th day of doing it on this? So it's actually relatively fast for me for something this size. This is 12 by 16. And so I want to say I'm probably around 20 hours, roughly. I mean, we have breaks and stuff, so that's hard for me to say, but that is much faster actually than I do a lot of my paintings. So, but it's a good thing. It seems to make me more efficient, strangely, to be on here talking on Twitch. So this is another one, Georgia, that we finished up a couple weeks ago. And then we did a little series of small ones as well, like these. So these ones are 5 by 7. 3 years before you had nothing, it's still really hard to believe that you created something that can be pursued into your career. There you go. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing there, AJ? And Georgia, thank you so much. You can never properly time a stream piece because look, squirrel, that's right. I mean, I could say, you know, maybe I'm at 20 hours on this, but like I'm talking to y'all right now, so I don't know how much time I've really lost. But again, it still seems to make me strangely more efficient. I'm not really sure why. I will put in, as I said, some time, probably a good amount of time, honestly, to refine things, but just things that are not, you know, as exciting to watch on the stream. So we're doing the bulk of it on here, but, you know, I'll probably honestly take, if I'm going to be very honest, I always say, Georgia, that these take me 30 to 40 hours to complete overall. So I've got 2 more hours on this stream roughly, or 2.5, and I will probably actually add 1 full day to this to really get it to be the level that I need it to be. And also I paint multiple coats on the white background, but to go in and refine all the details, it'll probably still be about 30 hours. It's unbelievable how you can change your life when you do consistent work. That is very true there, AJ. That is very, very true. I've seen some streamers do practically nothing but yap away. Is that right? There you go. You actually do work, yeah. That's funny, QP. Plo, you had a bad habit of starting stuff on stream, then finishing it off and being like, now what? Yes, that's why I've said in here that I try to have multiple projects going at the same time, even if I'm even if I'm in here just working on this one, I try to have multiple projects just overall going at the same time, because a big reason for that is sometimes, you know, your mood or just how you feel on a particular day can affect how you paint. And so for me, if I'm tired, I don't want to get to the finishing stage of a painting on that day. So I'll have another one around that I can work on separately from that and then come back to it. So anyway, there's a couple of charcoal realism streamers that do it so bad, but you haven't seen them live in a while. That's funny. Then you could start something new, even if it's in the sketch phase. There you go. Yeah, so that's just me. You know, I tend to have multiple projects going. And so I think that, you know, this was kind of unusual for me. I mean, I'm fairly new to the streaming. And you guys can let me know, but I think I would like to try, at least semi-regularly, to have, to do some more smaller pieces that can be finished more quickly on the stream, because I think that they might be very interesting to watch. And so I like doing the trompe-l'oeil, and I like doing the little studies that we were doing. You enjoyed the small ones? Thank you, QP. So it doesn't mean I will never work on a larger one. And if you visited my website, you can see sometimes I actually work on very large pieces, although I've taken a slight break from that. But sometimes I work on things that are 4 or 5 feet tall. But small ones, Plo, you like the small ones too. Okay, so I kind of want to lean into the small ones. What I'd like to try to do, because I think the small ones are good to see, you know, sometimes I can get them done in one stream. Sometimes it will be, you know, across 2 or 3. But I think, you know, being able to maybe see that whole process and see it like totally finished. Thank you for sharing the link there, QP. People are sometimes doing paint-alongs. Yeah, that's true, Cobb. Somebody suggested that actually, that maybe I try a paint-along sometime where I share something with you guys, and then maybe you can have like a download from my website, and we can all try to paint something together. So we might do that in the future. That would be cool. But I do think that doing the small ones, you know, and then maybe working on some of my larger ones on my off Twitch time, and then just kind of thank you very much, QP. Thanks very much, Plo. Yeah, so I'll think about that. I'll have to think about one that we could all maybe try together at some point. So if we did, you know, well, I'll think about that, because, you know, again, a small one that maybe would be something that you could tackle. My process is kind of weird, so I don't, you know, like want to push y'all into trying to do things the way that I do, but at least if you had maybe an outline that would be something that you could do your own thing with, that might be cool. But yeah, I just think that maybe sharing that might be, you know, consistently more interesting. And it's something that I really miss doing. I really do miss. I feel like the greatest overall, there's been 2 points in my painting life where I feel like I've progressed the most. One was over the last year doing those cookie paintings, because I just learned so much about how to imply texture and create, and how color theory and all these kind of wonderful things, complexity, and it really did push my painting very far. And then before that, the time that I had the greatest progression was during those early years when I was painting lots of things really small, very consistently. And I really think that just doing that was the best thing for me. And so I do miss it. I do miss it. They have classes like that where everybody gets the same reference and they get to just do it in their style. Oh, okay. At the end, they all share their work. That's pretty neat, Flo. Yeah, so maybe that's something that we can try in the future. I'll have to plan that out. So that always takes time, right, Flo? Because we always say that we only have so much time in the day. So I will try to think about that for anybody who's interested in that, but probably not super right away, because I do have a lot of projects that I need to complete, that I have in my head, and I want to get that done. But But certainly I will try to keep that in mind. So, and Pran, what about me? Well, you can work along with whatever you would like to work along with, Pran, or you can just watch, because I'm always going to be here to just show you what I'm doing. Foxy B Doodles, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Just if you weren't here earlier, just so you know, tomorrow we are going to have our ice cream party. Again, roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time. I'll probably be a few minutes late, but I will try to be on time. 2 p.m. Eastern time. Bring your own favorite flavor, and we're going to celebrate semi-finishing this painting. We're going to celebrate Cop's birthday, which is tomorrow, and we're going to celebrate Plo getting into her gallery. So all those things. And 4 away from 120. When did I jump that high? That's crazy, QP. Yeah, 24 hours in the day, right? So, yeah, so there's only so much time. I wish I had, do you never hear that line? One of my favorite movies is Groundhog Day with Bill Murray. And, you know, he thinks it's a curse to keep reliving the same day over and over again. But then the lady, whose name is escaping me, the actress that's in there, but she says she wishes she had 1,000 lifetimes to learn all the things. And so it changes his perspective and makes him realize that he wants to learn all the things. And so that's what he does now with his living the day over and over again. He goes and learns to play the piano and to ice sculpt and all those wonderful things. If you've never seen that movie, it's very old now, so everybody should have seen it at this point, but it is a beautiful, beautiful film. Love seeing so many positive encouragers. Yeah, everybody is super nice in here, Georgia. So we're a very welcoming and very nice, upbeat, artsy crowd, I think. So I love that. And anybody in here is, everybody's just so encouraging. So you're absolutely right. I'm going to go ahead and take my other brush that I mentioned. This is not quite my stipply brush, but it's sort of similar. I'm just going to come in here, and I'm taking this color and I'm just kind of dabbing it with a twisting motion on my brush to try to more closely mimic the texture of the ice cream here. Yeah, Georgia, I've talked, you know, fairly extensively about things that, you know, I've gone through, and a lot of other people have shared their stories of just a general, you know, times in your life where you were discouraged from making art for whatever reason. You had a teacher or multiple teachers or whatever that, you know, bullied you out of making art or making you think that you weren't going to be as good as you wanted to be. And so I stopped making art for well over a decade, and other people in here had very similar stories. So we try to lift each other up, I think, in here. So oh, and QP has looked at your pottery. That's cool. So that's very, very cool. I'm gonna have to go look at that. Oh, Celtic patterns. Wow, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. That sounds very complicated. I actually am always pretty, you took 12 years off to have 5 kids, and they're all teenagers now. Well, I'm glad that you've come back to it, and that, yeah, nothing wrong about that. But yes, it's nice that you get to come back to it now. So, you sent the profile on Instagram. Oh, thank you very much, QP. I appreciate that. Thank you. QP is like my secretary, except I don't actually pay her. So it's just really nice that she's so kind and supportive to keep me in line when I get a little bit scattered. So thank you very much, QP. All right, so I'm just gonna apply a little bit of this and then keep turning it. You need a QP? I think we all need a QP. Yeah, so we appreciate you, QP, very much. I appreciate you very much. So I just want to point out this area right here, and I'm going to hold it really close to the screen, so I hope that it comes into focus somewhat. But anyway, what that was essentially a shadow, right? I painted the shadow first, and that was very dry. And then to go in and paint the ice cream, to paint the ice cream in there to look convincing, I just took this very rough brush and just gently applied it over the shadow. So it's much better to me than trying to apply like normal blended brush strokes. It's basically letting that shadow peek through in very strategic areas. And so it helps to make it look a little bit more like ice cream. So I'm gonna do the same thing right here. Can you see the shadow in here? So I don't wanna go over the whole thing, but I'm gonna try to soften it by going in and just, again, I turn my brush because I want it to not be such a regular pattern, but I wanna try to exploit that shadow that's underneath there instead of trying to go in and approximate like a blended color. That's just my, I have like 50 I could probably give to you, Kewpie, although I do think I use the same two over and over again. So yeah, it's so much, it's again, something that I discovered like after a really long time of struggling with things. And then finally, you know, one particular painting, it was a giant, I've told this story before, but it was a giant sundae, giant strawberry sundae. It had 4 feet tall, had strawberry ice cream in a frosted glass. I was bound and determined to paint realistically. And I went in and I tried to paint every little mark, and it was driving me absolutely insane. I only did it for a few minutes. And so I instead switched to using a rough brush. And yeah, right, Flo? Using a rough brush and, you know, trying to work with layers, and that did the trick for me. So there's a lot of ways to, you know, consider applying this strategy to your work. Or something similar. I think it's just trying to get away from the idea that you always have to make blended brushstrokes. That's just not what I do at all. None of this is blended brushstrokes. They're layers, and sometimes they look like blended brushstrokes, but there's really no blending at all. It's just trying to exploit the properties of the layers. So somebody in here the other day was talking about colored pencil, and she was asking me some questions. She was a colored pencil artist, and she was asking me some questions, and I just thought it was interesting as I started to go through that conversation with her, because I said something about the colored pencils. She said that it like plateaus, that you get to a certain point, you can't add more colored pencil because it just won't take any more on the surface. So she was asking the same thing about acrylics. And I said that I thought that that was, I think I said something like to the effect that that sounded like kind of a limitation that you had to work around. She said, I don't see it that way. I don't see it as a limitation. It's just a property. And so I thought about that with the acrylics, because I thought that was very poignant. That rather than seeing whatever medium you're working in as having limitations, trying to see it as these are the medium specific properties and this is how I'm going to exploit them. So for me, I'm going to exploit things like the fast drying time, right? So instead of lamenting that I can't blend my acrylics, I'm going to go in and let layers dry and just go over them and try to work with how those layers work with each other, right? So just a different perspective on, on things. And it doesn't have to be the way that everybody paints. There's lots of people who like to blend their paints. But again, just not, like for me, when I started painting in acrylics, and you can go back and watch that stream and see those pieces that I shared last Friday, which were bad. They were just straight up bad, but I was struggling with them because I was trying to blend them, and that just wasn't the way that I was going to be able to work. It just wasn't going to work for me. So for me, I had to change the way that I thought. yeah, that's the downfall with colored pencils, which is why you underpaint with alcohol markers. They find it makes it easier to get the tone you need because, yes, you can only layer so many colored pencils. Yeah, I don't have much experience with colored pencils, and so I never really thought about that. I guess some of those pieces that I showed that I made in high school, Flo, those were colored pencil, and I remember I was doing like cartoon panels, right? So I was pushing on them really, really hard and just making them kind of, solid, glossy things. And so if I think about that, then I guess that's what I was doing. I was really plateauing on how much I was able to add in there. But anyway, that was, I just think it's interesting. That's one reason why I like learning, because I never thought about that's what colored pencil artists would go through. So I like when people share their experiences, what they make with their particular mediums, because I think it's good for all of us, right? To just, gain a different understanding of the different ways that people make art. There's no, like Cupie says, there's no right or wrong, right? In art, we just all make our own thing. We all follow our own path. But it's good to learn the way that other people do things, because sometimes it will just trigger something in your mind. Maybe it's just articulating how you do something, or maybe it's giving you a more creative solution to something that you've been struggling with. So I like learning in that way. So this is another place here where I've kind of taken this rough brush and gone over this with like this stippling motion. And what I'm trying to do is soften these edges just a little bit without driving myself insane by going in and painting every single little piece of ice cream that's overlapping on these pecans here. And it helps to really make the realism of this, I think, pop just a little bit more than, again, if I just used like normal brush strokes. So I share this kind of stuff. Maybe you just find it interesting, maybe you don't, and that's okay too. But like I said, maybe it helps you, whatever your medium is that you're working in, to consider like a problem that you're having with it. That's all painting is all problem solving, right? Maybe it just helps you to consider a new approach. Maybe you just like watching the process of the painting and learning how I do something. So that's cool too. But I really do like when everybody shares. And I think if you're just an art lover, if you're an art collector, or if you're just a fan, I just think it's interesting to watch. I'm kind of a nerd that way, but I just think it's interesting to watch how people do things. And that's one reason why I try to explain a little bit about why I'm doing certain things too. Like right here, this is, again, I'm trying to just apply some very light marks right over this. That, again, if I was trying to go in here and make all of these actual individual marks, that'd be crazy. Not that it couldn't be done, but I don't have that kind of time. So I'm going to use a trick that's going to essentially get something very similar for me to happen. And so, but that's just experimentation. As Plo said, it's just, lots of experience of doing different things and struggling with a lot of things. And there are lots of struggles over the years, struggling with lots of things and trying to figure out a better way. But experience is still the best teacher. Sometimes I share stories about my little garden, right? Because I'm a second-year gardener. And I said before that when I started my garden, I watched like 50 YouTube videos, and I thought, I am all set. I know exactly what to do. And it was atrociously bad. I got hardly anything out of it. So hardly anything out of my garden last year. But now this year I'm growing many more things than what I did last year. So So yeah, so it's learning experience and many more things that I will be able to do next year. You suffered the same thing. You had old stuff in your portfolio where it was just colored pencil, then you discovered solvent and got bolder colors, and then discovered alcohol markers and leveled up. There you go. There you go. And that's all like, I mean, it comes a lot from self-discovery and experimentation, right? But I'm sure that some of it was probably you know, learning from other people that you watched on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, or reading about various things online, or you know, in art publications, just something, or wandering around at the art store, and you just learn in lots of different ways, discover new ways of doing things. So I always, like I said, I really like learning. It's just kind of my thing. I enjoy learning. So I always like learning about what people do and how they do it. Thus, I share my process for anybody else who wants to know. So again, I'm just going to come in here and I want to kind of taper these little marks almost up to the edge here. I'm just going to turn this around so we get, you're going to make yourself, not gatekeeping here. What did you say there, AJ? I'm going to make yourself a salad, a night salad. Is that right? No gatekeeping. That's right, Flo. No gatekeeping here. That was frustrating too. When I would start to research something and people would be like, you know, and not many people were like this, I will say. Some people were very secretive. A salad. So is it, what kind of salad is it, AJ? A night salad. I have salad almost every day because I do know a few things that I can grow successfully. I can grow kale, and I can grow lettuce, and I can grow tomatoes. And then some of the other things are coming along as well. But those are things that I can grow successfully at this point. Those I just grow in my kitchen, actually. Well, the tomatoes, they're coming along in my kitchen. I do have kitchen tomatoes, but I do have them outside right now. So, but yeah, it was hard when I felt like people were so protective over, you know, information. And I understand because sometimes homemade pickled cucumbers and tomatoes, how good does that sound? I have several cucumbers growing out in my garden, AJ. And only one looks like it's going to be sizable enough to eat right now. But they are coming along, and last year I didn't think I'd be able to do it at all because my garden was too dark. So I was able to somehow figure that out, and now I can grow cucumbers, at least a few anyway. So yeah, so I'm trying. I am trying to make it to figure things out there. So I did harvest my first zucchini the other night, and that was really good. And I have a bunch of things out there, so we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see what comes through on that. So anyway, for anybody who's just coming in, I really appreciate you being here. Just a reminder that we are going to have an ice cream party tomorrow to celebrate the near finish of this. So tomorrow, roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time, and we're also going to celebrate Plo getting into a gallery, and we're going to celebrate Cop's birthday tomorrow. So we have lots of things going on. So I hope everybody will come back. Bring your own favorite. Bring your own favorite flavor. Yours is huge already, but tomatoes are still raw, only starting to ripe. Is that right? I didn't know that you were a gardener there, AJ. Yeah, I have a very dark backyard. And I say that because it's a very shallow backyard, and so it has lots of shadows that come down from houses and from trees. So I don't get a lot of sunshine back there. And everything that I would like to grow, for the most part, not everything, but a lot of things require sunshine. for at least, 6 to 8 hours. And so I'm stretching it for 6 hours back there. And so I was really struggling, but I am getting much better with it. And so I do have things that are coming along now, but you're going to have to share your gardening knowledge with me because, like I said, I am only a fledgling and this is my second year. And yeah, you have a house in a village. We'll use a greenhouse in your yard. Is that right? Oh, I'd love a greenhouse. That's my dream. I would love a greenhouse. I started growing things hydroponically in the kitchen. And now I've expanded to actually growing a few things hydroponically outside as well, in addition to the stuff that's grown in the dirt. So I'm kind of in an experimental phase with some of that. And part of that is because our dirt really stinks here. So I've had to keep amending it with compost that I make from my leftovers in this little thing that I have called a wrinkle. So such a cool little device, but it takes a long time to get the dirt functioning well outside. So I am experimenting. But we have very heavy clay soil here, so it's always very thick and muddy, and so not the best for growing veggies in. But I'm getting there. I'm figuring it out. Without a greenhouse, it's going to be tough. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It is. It's tough. But I am having some success. I even have little baby ears of corn out there. So I'm excited for that I was able to somehow grow corn. That is crazy to me. So just all kind of an experiment. But I say that because, I learned more last year. I learned this year. And hopefully I'll have a better garden next year too. So that's all we can do. All right. So this is actually looking a lot better. I hope that you all can see that these shapes are starting to look a little bit more ice creamy, that they do have much more of a curved shape to them than they did. Oh, you have sunflowers. Is that right? Your neighbor does that too? Oh my gosh, somebody's rating me Fiend with a party of 25. What? Hi, Fiend. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, so many people coming in. Thank you so much, Blonde Fox, Sandman. Thank you so much for the follow. Phoenix, is that Phoenix? Uma, thank you. Oh, so much. So many people. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming in. Oh, that's very, very kind. Very, very kind. Oh, did we hit 121 out of 20? I hit my follow goal. Thank you so much, Fiend. Fiend, that is very, very kind. I really appreciate it. So nice. I really appreciate you coming in. I can't believe that you have come in. Oh, Phoenix, did you just gift a sub? Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness, Anonymous just gifted a sub too. What is happening? Everybody's being so nice. Oh, Fiend, thank you so much for bringing so many wonderful people in. Muggsy, thank you. Love this painting. Hello. Thank you so much. Anonymous, thank you so much for the subs. Oh, that means so much to me. I appreciate it. Oh, Blonde Fox, it's a hype train. This confuses me, Blonde Fox, I'll be honest, because I'm fairly new to Twitch and I'm a little bit old. So I have Cupid and some wonderful people in here that translate things for me. And yes, so I appreciate it very much. Oh my goodness, Blonde Fox is gifted a tier 1 sub too? Did you gift subs too? What is happening? Thank you so much to everyone. Oh my goodness. Oh, the chat's going so fast. I'm not going to be able to follow it. Thank you so much. We're all grandmas here. I'm not quite that old, but I guess I technically am. Blonde Fox, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Muggsy, thank you. That makes me feel better. Oh, Pran. Thank you so much to everyone who came in. Welcome. For anybody just coming in, I appreciate it so, so much. Fiend, you're so wonderful for bringing in a raid for me. Sandman, thank you so much for the comment. No, Grandma. Thank you so much to everybody. So for anybody coming in, my name's Kim. I'm a full-time painter and I'm here 4 days a week. And it is so wonderful that you all have come in. And thank you so much for all of the follows and subscriptions and gifted subscriptions. That's all so wonderful. Wonderful. We're all grandmas at heart. We love to support small artists. That's very, very nice, Blonde Fox. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. We try to be a really supportive art community in here. So thank you so, so much. And yeah, it really does mean a lot to me. So yeah. So anyway, so I'm painting ice cream today, and we're gonna actually try to finish this mostly today, and then tomorrow, for anybody who wasn't here before, we're gonna have an ice cream party. So I hope you guys will come back, and we're gonna try to do it around 2 o'clock tomorrow. That's usually about the time that I come on. And 2 o'clock, and thank you so much, Phoenix. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're trying to get it there, right? So we're gonna keep going for the rest of today. I'll probably have a little bit of work that I need to. Thank you so much, Fiend. Glad to meet you. Happy to find your stream. Thank you so much, Fiend. That means so much to me. Time zone. I am on the East Coast of the U.S. Blonde Fox. So I'm in upstate New York, actually. So yeah. So yes, so right now I don't know what time it is exactly, but oh, thank you so much, Uma. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I am mostly a food painter, and I could show you that, you know, we did this. I do a lot of ice cream paintings. So I did this one a couple weeks ago in here, and you know, we did some of these small ones as well. So we did things like this in here, and we did a series of 3 small ones like this. And I also paint some trompe-l'oeil, so we did little studies like this in here. And so we do stick with mostly food, but I am just a very, very much a realist painter, and I work in acrylic. So I appreciate everyone being here. Aw, thank you so much, Blonde Fox. I really appreciate it. You sent me Fiend's Instagram. Thank you so much, Cupie. Cupie is my secretary here, for anybody who doesn't know. Not really, but she does pretty much what a secretary does, so I really appreciate it. Sandman, thank you so much, and Fiend, thank you. I really appreciate that so, so much. It's Mama Funk, thank you so much. And Plo, I appreciate the shout out so much. Yes, everybody who wants to see more of my work, you can go check out my website. It's kimtestone.com, it's just my name. And you can see some of my trompe-l'oeil. I do giant cookie paintings as well. And so we just aim for really high realism and lots of layering in our, thank you so much, Cupie. Yes, Cupie is a mod for me, AJ. Yeah, she really is. So yeah, so anyway, but we aim for really high realism. And for this one, we actually painted the whole thing on the streams. And so we're gonna just try to finish most of it up today, and then I will finish up just a little bit in my off time tomorrow. And tomorrow after our ice cream party, then we will try to start something new. So I appreciate it so, so much. And everybody's just so wonderful for being so supportive. I'm really kind of taken aback. So that means so much for me. It really does. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Anyway, so I've only been on Twitch for about a month and a half right now, and I'm getting the hang of it, but you know, I still need some translators out there to help me through everything. And so, you know, I'm working on it. But right now we're just trying to shape this out. And what I'm doing is I can just show you a little bit before I move down to this other section. I must regain composure, that's right. I always get a little knocked back by people's generosity and kindness, even though I know that most people are very, very kind. So, so thank you so, so much. What landed on ice cream this time around? Shapes, colors, the variety. What landed on ice cream this time? Oh, you mean why am I painting ice cream? Blonde Fox. So do I get to open this? I don't really know. Here we go. We'll share that. So So I paint a lot of ice cream. I have a gallery that carries my ice cream paintings in particular. And so I tend to do a lot for them. I have a clientele base there that likes ice cream. So I've probably painted 150-ish, maybe more, ice cream paintings of various sizes, but I do paint, I do paint lots. No worries. No worries, Blonde Fox. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I do paint a lot of ice cream for them, but I do paint some other things too. So I'm actually going to pause my ice cream after I do this one, and we're going to skip to something else. There's a few projects that I have. Well, I always have a lot of projects in mind, but a few things that I have in mind. I've mentioned before in here that I wanted to paint some marshmallows, some toasted marshmallows. So that's going to be coming up. And we're going to do some more little studies like this, which are just like little frosting studies that I'm doing. And then I'm also going to start some more cookie painting. So I actually whipped up a batch of sugar cookies this morning, and I am going to try to make some holiday sugar cookies, and we're going to try to paint some of those in here coming up. So I hope everybody will come back and see some of those. Bungalow, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that very, very much. So what I'm doing here is I have this very light color. It's not white exactly. Yeah, I think so, Flo. So we'll see. I have this very light color mixed. It actually has what I call my cooler colors, which are these colors here. There's a bright blue, a bright red, and then a little bit of my yellow. Fiend is the one who has the emote you love. Oh, is that right? That little Fiend, that little emote is Fiend's? Fiend, I love that emote. I mentioned it earlier actually in the stream today because QP put it up in saying that she would not allow, this is what she would do to bullies, and she would make that little googly eye punchy thing that's happening, whatever that little alien is. So it was sticking in my head actually over the last couple of days when I was off Twitch because I just loved it so much. So so anyway, very, very cool. So anyway, so I have this very light color. Yeah, it's very cool. I love it. So very light color. I mixed it with a lot of white. And so that's what I usually do. I start with a warm base and then I come up to my cooler colors. And so we've been adding that on here. And what I do is, and I'm just going to hold this up real close because let's look up one part on here, right? I want to see how beautiful it is really close up. So instead of painting all those little marks in there, what I do is I take a rough brush like this, and I dab it in my paint with acrylic glazing medium. I use lots of acrylic glazing medium, and I actually go over like my shadow areas. So we'll go right in here because that still requires some paint there. So this is a nice shadow area. Instead of trying to go in and make the ice cream texture a little bit at a time, I go in and try to kind of stipple over top of it so that I allow those colors to peek through the bottom. And so it looks much more realistic than it would if I was going in and trying to blend the colors. So how are you keeping up with the chat and art? I have no idea, AJ, if I even am. I'm trying, but I appreciate it very much. The magical challenge. That's very, very kind, QP. I don't know. We're doing the best we can, right? So I am trying. But again, I appreciate everybody being here. So thank you so, so much. And thank you again so much, Fiend, for the raid. That was very, very kind and very unexpected. So very, very, very grateful to you for that. So thank you. And thank you again to all of the new subscribers, the gifted subscriptions, and the subscriptions from Blonde Fox. I really appreciate that. So that means a lot to me. Thank you from Anonymous and Blonde Fox. Thank you again. And for everybody who followed. So I hope that you'll pop on back in, and again, come back tomorrow and come back for our ice cream party tomorrow, roughly 2 p.m. in the afternoon Eastern time. And we're just going to relax a little bit before we get started on the next painting. And Nippopotamus, welcome in. So nice to see you. Thank you so much. You came in from the raid. Welcome in. And we appreciate you being here as well. So thank you again so much to everybody. all the kindness. I really am taken aback. Again, I said I've not been on Twitch for very long, but very taken aback by how kind and supportive everybody seems to be on here. So it's wonderful to see. And that's what I want in here. I want this to be a very kind, supportive community for artists of all kinds and art lovers and people who just want to watch and lurk and whatever. So we want it to be a really nice, positive community in here. So thank you again to everybody. So I think that this just looks, good job, art community. That's right. QP is our cheering squad. So it's Mama Funk. The art corner on Twitch is pretty rad as a whole. That's really nice to know. Yeah, really nice to know. And Blonde Fox agrees. That's really nice to know. Because honestly, I mentioned before, my husband is the one who set this all up for me, and how he has, he encouraged me to do this, and I was kind of nervous. I thought about it a couple years ago, and then I just decided not to. And he really did encourage me, and he thought people would enjoy hanging out with me and watching what I do. So I am grateful that that we took the leap to go ahead and do that. So anyway, so yeah, so thank you to everybody in here. So we're just gonna do this. I'm gonna actually, here, let's come right in here. So this is a good spot to show. This little area here needs a little bit of work. And I'm gonna again take some of this light color, just go in here, and instead of drawing all of these tiny little marks, we're just gonna exploit this shadow area underneath and try to make a few marks on top of it. And I will go in and correct just a little bit, but suddenly that looks like the texture of ice cream, as opposed to, you know, going in and approximating a blended color that would work in that area. I'm a pretty detailed person, so I use lots and lots of details. And so, so I try to find tricks that can help me speed up that process, because painting every little mark is really time consuming, and it's not something that I always adore. Even though I am a detailed person, I want to be efficient with my work. So I can see there's this little stray mark here, and I want to just kind of cover that up and put in a highlight right over, there we go. It's kind of a reflected highlight. Work smarter, not harder. That's right, Plo. So again, for anybody who's just come in, Plo is a wonderful artist and streamer as well. So I would encourage you to go check out Plo's work on her channel. And she just got into a gallery. And so tomorrow when we have our ice cream party, we are also going to be celebrating Plo getting into her gallery. And we're going to be celebrating Cop's birthday, who is turning 41. So we're going to have a party for all kinds of things tomorrow. And I hope that you all will consider coming back. So I'm just going to go right around here. I just have a little bit of a reflected light here, and I just want to go in very gently and highlight that right around this edge. And you can see I got a little bit messy because I'm sitting back a little far. So what I do is I just go in with a little bit of acrylic medium on my brush, make sure I clean it in between, and I just clean that up. So I can kind of straighten out that line and remove that excess paint. So Living in Shapes, AJ, you are going to sleep. Have a nice rest of the stream. Thank you very much. Yes, I hope we see you tomorrow, but if not, I will see you soon. So thank you so much, AJ. And I will try to remember to always call you AJ now. And again, thank you for subscribing, AJ. That means a lot to me. So thank you so, so much. You have a good night too, okay? All right, so let's go in here. What I'm gonna do after I finish just this little bit, I do have a lot more that I need to refine up in here. And so I'm gonna come back to that after we let sections dry, because I don't wanna work over a section that is too tacky. So I do usually let things dry before I go in. Not always, sometimes I'm bad about that, but I usually do try to. So what we're gonna do is actually just clean off the brush. And if you missed it earlier, what I did with the cone, you might wanna go back, you might be interested in it. What I did was, I thought it looked a little too pasty and the color was actually off. So what I did was I took a very thin glaze, that's just this stuff, This is acrylic glazing medium. Very thin glaze mixed with these colors over here. It was actually just my red and my yellow, bright red and bright yellow, and just glazed over this whole thing and then pulled a little bit of the paint off. And that made this look much brighter, much less pasty, and it took the color and moved it in the right direction. So that was a really good way to address that, because you can always make changes to things. I did go ahead and pull out some of my highlights from that, but I'm going to go in with a smaller brush and just try to go in and detail this a little bit more down here now. So we're going to start with this left side, which is just so I don't confuse myself a little bit too much. So we'll just commit to this left side right here, and I'm going to take some white, and this is a yellowish color, but it's also just a slightly dulled down color. So what I'm going to do is take a little bit of my cadmium yellow, and I'm going to take a little bit of this bright blue, which is phthalo blue, and it's phthalo blue red shade, and I think that's all I'm actually going to use. I don't think that I'm going to put any red in that. I think there's enough red in here because I work in very translucent layers. All of the colors will be somewhat peeking through one another, and so I'm just going to come in here and just dot this. Again, I kind of use some weird brush marks as opposed to big brush strokes, but I'm just going to kind of dot this right around here. I'm going to come back with another smaller brush and just kind of taper it out a little bit. And that will really help to kind of lift the realism in this area. So I'm just going to do this very judiciously as I go, right? Again, just a few little marks that I kind of taper out just so they get, what I want to try to do is get that feeling of that sparkle and life that is in the ice cream cone, instead of this being a very flat shape. So I'm just going to come in here. So like I said, I tried to do most of this painting, well, I have done at this point, all of this painting so far on the streams. And I try to be pretty efficient with my paintings. I don't want things to take me forever, although I do do a lot more detail than some people might, but I do try to still be efficient with that. And I mentioned before that one thing that really helped me, because I've had a long and varied time in and out of art. I've not been an artist my whole life. I took like a 10-year break after college because I got burned out from some professors and other things that made me feel like I was never going to be a very good artist. So took a long break and came back to it and taught myself how to paint in oils when I was in my mid-30s. And then I switched to acrylics, and that was also a long learning process. But you can go back if you want and check out my stream from last Friday where I showed a lot of my old work and the kind of transition through that time period. But one thing that I did mention too is that the first job that I had right out of college, I was actually a caricature artist, and then after that a silhouette artist at Disney World. And those were interesting experiences, I will say. But the best thing that I did learn from those jobs is efficiency, because each of those jobs required me to complete tasks within certain amounts of time, both because that was required by the person who was running that, and also because, thank you, Phil. Welcome in. I appreciate it. Lurkin' and workin'. Phil was doing a wonderful stream the other day that I popped in on. So Phil is a very gifted artist. I hope everybody will check out his Twitch channel as well. He's also a newbie, kind of like me. So, but he was drawing digitally, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. So please check out Phil's channel. And anyway, so the thing that I learned from that was efficiency. And I do try, even all these years later, coming back, to keep that very much in mind, that even though there's part of me that would like to work on something for the rest of my life, right? Just take one painting and work on it for the rest of my life, that if I want to actually be able to create all of the work that I both need to professionally and that I have in my head, I have to try to be more efficient than that. So I appreciate that, Phil. But no, all very true. All very true. It was a beautiful, beautiful drawing. And you showed some of your other work that I saw just for a second in there as well. So yeah, not really high praise. That's just the truth. So I think that's what you said about me the other day, but it is the truth, just for you, Phil. So anyway, so we try to be efficient. I do think that we're going to start painting some smaller pieces in here, kind of like the ones that we did that were these little frosting studies. And we did another, so we did little frosting studies in one session in here. And these are just, you know, flat little paintings that are intended to look dimensional. So they were nice little studies to do. We did a pink one. I have another pink one that was partly done. And we also did a couple little trompe-l'oeil pieces. So I do a lot, that was trompe-l'oeil technically, but I do a lot of trompe-l'oeil as well. And so I think that we're going to try to do some trompe-l'oeil pieces. And like I said, I like doing, I said this earlier, I also like doing pile pieces, which a pile piece is, I don't know if that's the official term, although Plo seemed to know what I was talking about because she does pile pieces too, just where you simply pile up a bunch of some kind of object and you take it from edge to edge, so there's no white space or blank space behind it. And they're wonderful pieces to paint. And so I think that we're going to try to do some of those as well. And I think that I might start with, we'll have to see. But I mixed up some sugar cookies this morning because I do paint cookies. And we mixed up some sugar cookies. I think I'm going to try to decorate them and see if we can do a pile of sugar cookies for the holidays, like a few different holidays. So we're going to try some of those. We're going to try to do some marshmallows, toasted marshmallows. That's QP and I talked about that earlier. I do need to photograph the toasted marshmallow first, but I am a little nervous about burning down the house because I'm going to do it on my gas stove with stick. So I've got to figure out how to do that safely. And then I will try to tackle that one as well. And then I want to do another little series of the mini trompe-l'oeil foodscapes that I do. So if you haven't seen any of those, you can check the foodscape ones on my website. You are 100% one of the best traditional artists you've ever seen. Those pieces are crazy realistic and traditional, unbelievable eyes. And that, Phil, that's gushing. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very, very much. I try. I try. That's all I can say is I try. I have high standards for myself, so I always keep pushing. But thank you very much, Phil. You're too kind. So I just want to point out here that what I'm trying to do is not go in with any particular, again, big brush strokes. I'm just trying to go in and make some tiny marks and then spread them out with another brush to start to make that reflection, you know, of the light hitting the cone. So, so anyway, I experiment with a lot of things to try to get the effects on my pieces both efficient and more effective. So anyway, thank you for the follow, Foxy. Also, oh, did she follow you? Foxy followed you? Very cool, Phil. Yes, anybody else? If you haven't followed Phil, please go follow Phil. Because again, we want to be a supportive community to each other, and Phil and I are both newbies from around the same time here. So, so yes, please go follow Phil. We're figuring things out, right, Phil? Little by little. It's definitely a learning curve to figure out how to do this right. Yes, you're absolutely welcome, Phil. So again, I just want to make some little marks in here. And for this, I'm gonna actually take a different brush because I'm getting into a wider area down here. I'm gonna take a wider brush and I'm just again going to very gently try to dot a few places very lightly. And then I always have multiple brushes in my hands because they all do different things. That is precarious because sometimes I will nearly dump my palette, but I don't think so, Phil, but I appreciate that. We can give all credit for the stream to my husband again, not to me. So I just sit down and turn it on, and that's essentially it. All the rest of this he has set up to make sure that that I can do it. So but yeah, so we have multiple brushes. They're all doing different things. So right now I'm working with essentially 3 brushes at the same time. I've learned to, with the exception of occasionally dumping to my palette. Thanks very much, QP. That's very kind. With the exception of occasionally dumping my palette, I have learned that I do have to manage multiple brushes because the acrylics dry relatively quickly, even with the medium. And in order to get the effects that I want, I have to be able to very quickly go in and manipulate the paint. So but it does make all the difference, I think, in the world. When you get to this stage of a painting and you start to really go in and kind of add those little magical areas that, you know, just take it from looking very flat to somehow looking like, if I walk by, I've said this before, but if I walk by my painting and particularly when I do my trompe l'oeil paintings, but even when I do these, if I can walk by my painting and I get a little bit fooled, even if it's only in a small area, then I know that I'm headed in the right direction. If I get a little bit fooled where I start to see something as dimensional, even though this is, by the way, totally flat, there's no texture to it, right? This is all totally flat. Then I feel like I am headed in the right direction. So I'm again in a wider area here. I don't want to go super heavy-handed, but I am going to dot this with this larger brush. And I'm just gonna turn the brush as I go so that I'm not getting any gigantic pattern. You're gonna go to sleep now, Pran? Thank you so much for contributing. Pran is a YouTube manager, and so he was starting to share some of his tips for us for social media, which we all kind of struggle with a little bit. But anyway, Pran, we will see you again sometime. And yes, you're gonna have to give us that master class sometime on the algorithms because I think it would be useful. So thank you so much, Pran, for hanging out. That means a lot. So I'll see you soon. Have a good night, okay? So again, if you went back to the beginning of the stream and looked at this cone, and now where we are here, this just looks so much more realistic. And so this was really just the difference of essentially 2 layers of paint. So go back and check the beginning, and it was one glaze that was the yellow and red with just a lot of glazing medium, and a little bit removed regressively. And then this little bit just very judiciously applied with this very stiff brush. So there's lots of things that I can do, that I try to do anyway, to manipulate my paint, because I don't want things to just look okay. I want them to look really, really real. And so that requires me to try to think a little bit differently than maybe a traditional painter. And so I'm self-taught as a painter. Like I said, I went back and taught myself to paint in oils when I was 35. And I kind of picked up on various methods that I learned from books and YouTube and a lot of different sources. And I did go to school for art, but I didn't come out a very good artist. So I think that my general approach is just that you have to learn by experience and learn what's going to work best for you. And so when I share stuff in here, I don't want it to ever be perceived as gospel. This is just the way that I do things. But if it's useful for you, then that's great. And if it's just interesting for you to watch, then super too. But yeah, I don't want to ever share anything that I do as gospel. There are lots and lots of different approaches. So I've made kind of this like peachy color here now. And again, I'm just going to go in and very gently, that was a little heavy-handed there, but I'm going to try to very gently apply just a few marks, and I'm going to remove a little bit where I went a little too heavy-handed. So again, that's just with medium on my brush, a different brush. And so we're just going to try to add some dimension with that. So we have lots of medium mixed in with this, so it's not super, super heavy. And it's just, for me, I'm trying to create some kind of organic quality because it's food, right? It doesn't have flat blended shapes. It has lots of textures baked in to this. And so I want to go in and try to mimic that as best I can with some very unusual brush marks. So again, I don't call them brush strokes. I call them brush marks. And you can see like this part of my cone, the actual cone part, I think this is layer 8 or 9. And so if you look really closely at it, you can see all of those layers of paint peeking through. So there's not any real shapes that are hard-edged shapes in there. A few, but I'm going to try to soften them. What it mostly is kind of this, just this visual blend of all of these different colors coming together to create the implication of form. And so that is a little bit different than, I think it's a little bit different than what is customary, what's normal, I suppose. But again, it's just my approach. It's what I find works best for me, mostly as a food painter, but it does work for other purposes as well. I don't like to see brush strokes in my pieces. And so I do my best to create some alternative for that. So this is really starting to take on a good deal of dimension. And again, I share my background not because I want anybody to take this specific path. Thanks very much, Phil. Not because I want anybody to feel like they have to take this specific path, right? But just to show, like if you go back and look at my stuff that I showed last Friday, it's bad. A lot of it is bad, right? And so I show it because I want people to feel encouraged that if you've had anyone anywhere in your life, whether it's on social media or school or wherever, that ever made you feel inferior as an artist, that made you feel like you couldn't get better, that I want people to know that it is very possible to do and that you are just going to have to carve out your own path to do it. So I break a lot of rules. I paint a little bit differently than a lot of people, and I took a very different path, and I overcame the discouragement that I felt from, I think, what I would in retrospect consider to be a lackluster art education. And not all of it was bad, but it didn't give me the tools that I needed, and I felt very discouraged. And so I came back to it many years later when working at a small art magazine, and I just really persisted I really persisted. And it was, you know, for the last 6 months, it was me that I was at that job. It was me waking up an hour early and painting before work, and then painting after work, and building up a library and studying and watching YouTube videos and trying to learn, and then just keep developing that learning process over the next several years, really. And I still continue to learn a great deal every day. And I mentioned earlier in this stream that the two biggest times that I've learned in my painting career were where I feel like my paintings like leaped forward was last year and the beginning of this year when I was painting my cookie landscape series, which you can check out on my website. And that just taught me a lot about color theory, how to, it really enhanced like this technique for me that I'm doing here, where I'm just kind of stippling layers over layers over layers. And so that definitely was a huge leap forward for me. And in fact, I did not only those paintings, but I did finish a 5-foot tall fudge ripple ice cream cone that I had been struggling with for 2 years during that time. And I felt like by the end of that period of painting that I had finally acquired the skills that I needed to be able to finish that piece. And so that was definitely a huge leap forward for me. And then when I started painting, I painted lots of stuff that was really small, like more like this size. So this is a 5x7. And so I did lots and lots of small paintings and pumped out, 2 or 3 a week. And though that was the second best time in my career in terms of leaping forward as a painter. So I constantly try to learn, but I certainly appreciate those big leaps in things. But again, if you went back to the beginning of this stream and were to see this cone, or even the one that we did on Monday, right? Because that was also this work. See that cone and then see where it is now. This is just the difference of 2 layers. And I just think that this looks really beautiful. Like, it's beautiful. I don't want paintings. I think paintings should look, for me, it should look super realistic, but it should also look like a painting. And so this to me looks like paint, right? This can't be created by any other means. It looks like paint, but it is really, really beautiful. And so I try to elevate all of my paintings and every aspect of my painting to that level of beauty. And so, sometimes they get it right and sometimes they don't. Looks as if you could grab it off the screen and eat it. I appreciate it, Phil. Thank you. I just feel like, what I was saying earlier, sometimes I will walk by. If it convinces me, then I know that I'm headed in the right direction. And I know that you guys are kind of looking at this from an angle, but there's a little bit of this where if it starts to give me, I forget what they're called again, those magic illusion books, when you look at those and that image like pops out at you. I don't know how to describe what it is. They were very popular in the 80s, but it makes you like a little bit dizzy to look at it. So right now at this cone, it makes me like just a little bit dizzy to look at it because it's starting to really look like it's actually real. And that's when I know that I'm, that I'm getting there, that I'm having some success with my process. So yeah. So anyway, we just keep building on that. Hi, Norsham. Welcome in. How are you? So nice to see you. I mentioned that we have all kinds of people who hang out in here. Some of them are artists, some of them are art lovers, some of them are other creatives. So we have Solar, who's in here, who is a composer, and Norsham, who is a writer. So Norsham is a film writer, right, Norsham? And you're writing a screenplay, I think, right now. So all kinds of creatives, and I think that that's wonderful for people to come in and share. I'm good, Norsham. Thank you so much. I love that people come in and share what they do, and just I mentioned this other story a while back that in 2018, roughly, you're done with it too? You haven't submitted it yet, yeah? Full movie studio team. That's right, Phil. We're building it up. I mentioned that back in 2018, I won a public art competition. It's the only public art competition I ever entered. But my project was pretty cool. And so I was one of like 22 artists, I think it was. And so I got to go to Washington, D.C., and they put me in a large studio space with 11 of the artists, and then 11 of the artists were in another room. And we essentially were all working on our projects, but we were kind of all working on them, semi-collaboratively, where it was just nice to get feedback and just kind of feel like you were among other creative people. And I really loved that. I just loved that feeling. You were scrolling on Reddit earlier, seeing people debate each other, and here you are. Well, we try to keep it much more positive here, Norsham. Conversation is good, but yeah, we try to keep it pretty positive. Lift each other up and be supportive. So anyway, but yeah, I did love that experience of just being with all those other creative people. And it's not something I had experienced since college, but I feel like it was different because, like I said, my experience in college is kind of mixed. This experience of doing that public art project was like everybody's an adult with semi-professional experience, and yeah, it's okie dokie. I'm just tired. No worries, Norsham. So yeah, it was just a different experience. And so I guess I hope that's my dream, right? To replicate that in here, that I'm opening up my studio door and y'all are hanging out with me, and you're all, either art lovers or artists yourselves or other creators of different types. And we're all just, living on our own art world here. So anyway, I think that's a beautiful thing. So I'm kind of a daydreamer though. So I'm just going to hold this up in a minute so that you all can see. Like I said, I will take probably, if I'm going to confess fully, I'll probably take one full day outside of the stream to work on this. Currently you're writing the pitch document of the mini-series. Nice. Very nice, Norsham. I know that you were working on something else, right? That was I think a horror piece. Unless I'm mixing that up. So is the mini-series different than that piece that you were working on? Oh yeah, that's what it is. Oh, okay. So anyway, we enjoy hearing about what everybody is working on and where they're at. And again, for anybody who's just popped in, tomorrow we are going to do our ice cream party, roughly 2 p.m. to celebrate 3 things so far, but we'll keep a running list. Mostly finishing this painting. Plo got into a gallery, and Cop is celebrating the 41st birthday. So anyway, we're going to do all of those things. Horror miniseries, it's the one you finished. Oh, gotcha. Why are there so many Brad Pitt videos on your YouTube algorithm? That I don't know. I can't speak to that, Norsham. When I went to... he's everywhere, huh? When I went to college, I remember I was so excited initially because that first week they had a sale that was going on for movie posters, and I love movies, and they had a sale, and I got to pick out a few movie posters that I purchased for my dorm room, and one of them was Star Wars. It was a replica of the original Star Wars poster, which I loved. And the other one was Interview with a Vampire, which was very hot at the time with Brad Pitt. So I had a big picture of Brad Pitt in my room. Yes, I figured that's what you meant, Norsham. No worries. You found your cow shark tooth yesterday. So you're gonna have to explain, Cupie, what a cow shark is, because my shark knowledge is limited, but I know that Cupie, very interestingly, collects shark teeth that she finds on the coast. And you found, I know, what was the really rare one that you found like 2 weeks ago? It was, oh, you're gonna have to remind me what that one was. So there was something that was really rare that you had found. So anyway, yes, so I think that's a very interesting hobby. Actually extinct, but I believe it's like a bunch of little teeth all in one. What? Oh, that's weird, Cupie. Speaking of Star Wars and vampires, in the miniseries, because it's set in the 1980s, you made the protagonist dress up like Lando Calrissian. That's cute, Norsham. For Halloween, I love that. That's very cute. A white tooth. Interesting, Cupie. That is really interesting. I still think this is bizarre that you can find all of these things just like wandering up and down your shoreline. That's crazy to me. All right, so again, I don't want to beat the painting to death, right? That is a danger. There is a phrase that I use in here that I did hear from one of my teachers years ago, that it takes two people to finish a painting, one to paint it and the other one to hit them on the head and tell them when it's done. So this is not done yet, but I'm gonna just leave this part of my cone dry because I think that that is sufficient for now. So I don't want to mess anything up that I have here. Always wanted to see a megalodon tooth since seeing the crazy jaw creation in books when you were a kid. Yeah, Cupie is in good company with you then, right? That's your dream find. But what was the one, again, I forget the name of it. I'm sorry. Did you mention it to me, Cupie? What was the one that you found like a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that you were so excited about because you said it was your first of that particular kind? I feel like it was an off-white version. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark. Okay, thank you very much, Cupie. Cupie is making sure that I take a break because I haven't done that yet. So I am going to, in a couple minutes, yeah, she said, well, I think so. I think so, Norsham. The shark experts will answer you and not me. But yeah, I just need to take a quick break for a few minutes. So if y'all don't mind, we'll just let this dry. And I'm just gonna fix this one little part that I see here where I went a little heavy-handed before it dries. We're just gonna let this one dry, and then I will come back and we'll work on this more until the end of the stream, okay? So yes, can still find their fossilized teeth though. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy, Norsham? I think that's crazy. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick break, y'all, and I will be right back. So I hope you'll still hang out and we'll see if we can finish this or mostly finish it today. So I'll be right back. Thank you again, Cupie, for the reminder. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting around. I really appreciate it. And so yeah, feel much better. Thank you again, QP, for drawing my attention to taking a break. And yeah, it's always good for me. Sometimes I don't do it, so, and that's always bad. But anyway, we're gonna keep on trucking along with this for another hour or so. So I think that I am going to, like I said, I'm gonna work on this on off stream a little bit, but we're gonna get this 90% of the way done. And I think that the cone itself is actually really good, with the exception of the drips. So I'm gonna have to let the cone dry before I can come back to that part. And so we're gonna go ahead and hop up here, but in order to make this a little easier to access, and also to hold this a little more objective in my mind, I'm going to flip it upside down. So I don't want to stick my hand in any paint that's still wet. And I also want to try to see my abstract shapes a little more objectively here. So I'm going to just kind of scan this for a second. And so you guys learn as I learn, right? When I'm trying to work on something, what it is that I'm doing. And so I just want to scan it a little bit and then see where I can go in and most easily start to fix things. I think that one of the biggest areas that looks really different to me is actually this area right here, and particularly this part right here. So I'm going to go ahead in there. I mentioned that when I do my shadows, I go ahead and use this color palette here, which is Payne's Gray, which is a dark blue, with cadmium red and cadmium yellow. When I bring my highlights out, which are these parts, it's not only just with white, it's white with these brighter colors here. And so that just, for me, it doesn't have to work for everybody that way, but for me, that's how I build the structure of my paintings. So I'm going to go ahead in and try to refine some of my shadow areas right in here, right along this edge, I think. And so for that, I'm going to take my darker blue. Sometimes I take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. So we don't always work as progressively, perhaps, as I should. But that's just kind of how my brain works. So I just have to keep building it. I try to make the comparison that it's a little bit like building a puzzle for me. Not in that I'm building it from left to right. I tend to build mine from back to front. But I do work a little bit back and forth, and that's just what I need to do to give myself more visual information. So like when you make a puzzle, you start with the border, right? And then you kind of see little pieces where things like start to fit together. So I bounce all over my paintings and don't always work in what some might consider to be a completely progressive manner. But it is always the way my brain's working. I'm always trying to give myself more visual information as I go so that I understand the next step that I need to take. So I'm going to go ahead in. Cupie, you got a snack too? I'm so glad. Thank you again for the reminder, Cupie. What did you get for your snack? So I'm going to add just a tiny bit more white to this and a little bit more blue. So I don't want to be super heavy-handed. Sometimes some of this you've got the Trader Joe's version of crunchy Cheetos. Nice. That sounds good. I haven't had Cheetos in, I don't know, decades, like a really long time, but they're very good. Sometimes that I don't actually have to change my color. I am going to put a little more blue in this to make it a little bit darker. As much as I have to basically thin it out. So there's 2 ways that I can change the color that I'm painting on here. Part of it is that I do go in and actually, make a new adjustment layer. Sometimes it's just that I add a very, very thin layer of something over another one. Baked cheese crunchies, so yum. That sounds really good. That sounds really, really good. Like I said, I don't think I actually have a Trader Joe's around me. I think that I used to live near, well, semi-near, still pretty far from what is that one? Whole Foods Market? That was like the closest that I had to a Trader Joe's, I think. But that was when I lived in Orlando, and it wasn't actually super close. Ours is fairly new. You were very happy. Nice. Yeah, that's nice to have something so convenient. And it sounds really good. Like I said, if I have to order stuff that's kind of, because I eat a lot of healthy stuff, even though I paint a lot of ice cream, but I eat a lot of healthy stuff. If I have to order specific things, I usually just have to do it online because some things are not carried by my grocery store. So, and is it cheap? I didn't know that Trader Joe's was cheap. I will say Whole Foods Market was not cheap. I think it sold itself as being cheap, but it did not seem cheap to me. It was quite expensive. And there's another place that was around here. I don't remember what it's called now. That also sold like some healthy stuff, but it also was not cheap. Everyone thinks it will be whole price, yeah, but it was expensive, so I don't know. It was beautiful though. It was kind of like an experience to go shopping at the Whole Foods. It was near where I worked. It was closer to where I worked at the magazine than it was to my actual house. So once in a while I would stop there on the way home and do my shopping there. And it was a beautiful location. It was, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna hop back down here because I promised I was going to. And let's just see here. I think I need to add a little bit more blue and a little bit more white. The hot food bar is expensive, but so good. Our grocery store did have a hot food bar up here too. And at Whole Foods, I don't know if I did. I did get stuff at the hot food bar. You're right, Cupie. I do remember that. It's been a long time. But yes, I do remember that. And you're right, it was good. It was good. I used to I mentioned that one of the jobs that I had when I was young was I worked in the town of Celebration, Florida. Later on, I was the editor of a small newspaper that was there in Celebration, Florida. But before that was a good bit later. Before that, when I was in college, I worked in the town of Celebration, which is the town that the Disney company started. And so a very unique town. We'll call it unique. That's a good way to say it. Very unique town. And I worked at a couple of the shops that were downtown. And their downtown area was really beautiful. They did a lot to try to make it look like the ideal downtown. And I remember they had a bread shop that used to bake beautiful artisan bread. And I worked at L'Occitane, and I worked at a furniture store. And for a week I worked at a clothing store. And then after a week after I got hired, they told me they were closing. And so I only worked there for a week, or maybe it was 2 weeks. But anyway, the reason I say that is because there was hardly anyone in the town at that time. In terms of shoppers, there was hardly anyone living in the town at that time. It was very new. And so I used to close up shop and go over to the Goodings, which was the little grocery store that was there. And Goodings was, I don't know if Goodings is even in business anymore, but Goodings was a very kind of fancy little grocery store. And I used to get, they always had, again, me growing up in a little small town, right? I was very isolated and then moved to Florida, and, the whole world changed. And they always had sushi there. And at the time, I thought that was just like the coolest thing that I could pick up a little thing of sushi for my lunch. So I would close up shop and I would go get a little thing of sushi at L'Occitane, at Goodings, and take it back with me. So it was I enjoyed that when it was Celebration, when it was, if you haven't heard of the town of Celebration, go Google it, because it's pretty well known. But it was a beautiful little place, and I really enjoyed being there at that time before it really became a popular known destination for people, because there was literally no one there. I mean, I would go through like my work days and often see no people, no clients at all come into my shops. And so they were really trying to push to promote the area, and it just took a while. And now it's very, very expensive to live in, and it's very, very popular to visit. But at the time, there was like nobody there. So I just remember very, very long, lonely days of working in a shop and not seeing anyone. But it was still a beautiful little town. So I was there before it was cool. That's right. I remember one of the ladies that I worked with. She was an older lady that worked at L'Occitane with me. And she lived in the town, and she told me that she had been part of a lottery, because they're a trendsetter. It wasn't me that was a trendsetter, but she had been part of a lottery because there were so few houses available at the beginning, and I guess a lot of people clamoring to want to live in Celebration, that they just had a lottery, and they drew names, and those were the first people who were permitted to buy homes or townhomes in the town. So I thought that was pretty neat, actually, that she had been part of the lottery and won that. So it was a very, very unique place. And when I've said before, when I was the editor of their newspaper, which was, I don't know, when I was like 30. So this would have been 6, 7, 8 years later, probably 8 years later. Yeah. So when I was the editor of their newspaper years later, they would have like, I don't know how else to say this. This was just it was very unique. It was a very unique place. They had their own hospital, which is very beautiful. It looks more like a fancy hotel. They would have all kinds of celebrity events that took place there because they had connections with Disney, and the people who lived in the town came from all different walks of life. And so they were not like normal, that's not really probably a fair word to say. They were just very successful people from various parts of the world that all came together to live in this very small town. And it's very different. People would often compare it to The Truman Show. Did you ever see the movie The Truman Show? Looked a little bit like The Truman Show, but lots of very unique people. And I remember that some of the things I got to do, like there was a celebrity golf tournament, right, that took place that was a fundraiser, and I got to interview very briefly Roger Clemens, which I thought was really cool for anybody who knows baseball. This was during his break. I got to interview Clint Howard, who is Ron Howard's brother, who was in lots of films, was the nicest person that I've ever, nicest celebrity that I ever got to meet. One time they had a music event on the main street, and I got to interview one of the new kids on the block, and I always forget which one he is. Is it Jordan, I think? For any New Kids on the Block fans out there? I'm not really sure. There was some celebrity chefs that came in and did different events, and I got to interview. So, you think you're like the working in a little small town newspaper, you think that, like, I don't know, I grew up in a small town. We didn't have stuff like this in my town, but it was different. It was very, very unique. Lots of very unique people. And it is very beautiful. It's a beautiful little planned town. So yeah, if you ever are in Central Florida and you get a chance to drive through or visit the town of Celebration, it is definitely unique. And I said this before, but like way in the beginning, again, when I was working in those shops, they had so few people, and they were trying to make it look like it was a town. So they'd actually hire people occasionally to pretend they were joggers running through the town so that it didn't look so desolate. So they made it, they tried to do that. They had a beautiful holiday event. And now I think they do like a big Christmas lights event, like in the neighborhoods, in various neighborhoods. What else did they do? I have to think. I have all my old newspapers that I wrote. Yeah, right, Cupid? I have all my old newspapers. I'll have to flip through them sometime and just see, because there were so many. I was only there for like I said, like maybe 8 months before I went to, would that be right? Probably about 8 months before I went to work at the magazine. And, but I wrote, for every issue of the newspaper that came out, it was every other week. And I think that I would write somewhere between like 10 and 15 stories, sometimes up to 18, because it was just me and whoever I hired as a freelancer on my very limited budget. And so it was definitely a thing. It was definitely unique. One of those very weird life experiences, to be the editor of the little newspaper in Celebration, Florida for a time period. The Christmas events were beautiful. And I remember, in the beginning in particular, they had those fake snow machines on the roof, and they would, kind of like they do at Disney World nowadays, but they would put out soap. It's soap. So, yeah, Phil, it was weird. I have a weird career journey. Yes. So, covered a lot of those things in here. Very weird. I should run through the list sometime, right? First job, I was a caterer. Soda Brain, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you. Yeah, it's weird. It was a weird experience. Like I said, I'll pull out my newspapers sometime and go through them to see if I can remember some of the more unique stories. I remember going on home tours, by the way, in Celebration, which were astounding because what is the one home design thing that's Mackenzie? I don't remember the name. It has like the black and white pattern. Does anybody know that? Mackenzie Phillips? Is that the name? There was somebody who had done their entire home in like that brand, and it was just astounding. I remember a Christmas tour of someone's home, and they had what they called, I don't even know. I don't even remember if this is like a real thing that's elsewhere. It must be upside down Christmas trees. They were Christmas trees that were hanging from the ceiling. It was very strange and very unique, and it must be a thing somewhere. So anyway, yeah, lots of very unique people and very beautiful homes in there. But yeah, so if I was to run down the list, because, for anybody new in here, I have not been I was always an artist at heart, right? But professionally, I was not an artist. So my whole life. So if I run down the list of jobs that I've had, I'll probably miss a couple, because when I was young, I had a lot, right? Because most of us, when we're young, we have a lot of different jobs. I was a caterer when I was in high school. I worked at a camp in the dining hall. When I went to college, I cleaned bathrooms, and then I also worked in a PR department. That was a much better job than the first one. So I did that. And then after that would be when I moved to Florida. And so when I moved to Florida, I worked at Disney World. And if I take that, then I worked at the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular, just in attractions, right? Just a cast member. I worked at the Hunchback of Notre Dame Theater. I worked at the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids playground. I worked at Star Tours, and so those would be the big ones in the parks as the ride operator. After that, I worked in Celebration, and I worked in L'Occitane. I worked in a home decor store And then I mentioned I was at that clothing store for a couple weeks. This is a long list, right? After that, I graduated from college and I got a job as a caricature artist at Animal Kingdom at Disney World. And then I worked as a silhouette artist at Magic Kingdom. After that, I started working in real estate. There's an ad break, but we're just going to keep on going through. I worked in real estate, and then I worked in, so I did that for a number of years. After real estate, I worked for a developer. We built a neighborhood. And then I worked at the newspaper in Celebration, and then I worked at the art magazine, and then I became an artist after that. So I guess that wasn't too long of a list, was it? I don't know. So anyway, lots of things. We all take different paths, right? All take different paths. But all of those experiences come together and they all make me who I am today, right? So, or they all contribute to who I am today, so. All right, let's flip this backside. Backside up, right side up, backside up. Yeah, Phil. So that's kind of an odd path, right? Lots of things, but again, no regrets, because you can't regret anything that contributed to who you are today, I think. So they were all definitely an experience. But I mentioned that the person who I worked for at the newspaper in Celebration, when you talk about, you know, people being very unique, he had a background in newspapers. His dad had a background in newspapers, but his dad had also contributed in some way, and I was never quite clear in what way, to the old Superman cartoons. The Fleischer, is it called the Fleischer cartoons? Is that what it's called? Fleischman? Am I saying that right? Somebody correct me. Fleischer cartoons, I think it's called. But the really old Superman cartoons, and his dad created the phrase, "It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman." So I always thought that was very, very cool that I worked for that guy, and yeah, did some heavy graft work, made me appreciate, yeah, you think that's it? Okay. Made me appreciate the work you had after. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what you have to do, right? So we all go through lots of different things. So anyway, but yeah, I've been very fortunate to have, you know, had the opportunity to meet or work with a lot of very unique and talented people over the years in various places. But again, for anybody who hasn't Googled the town of Celebration, go Google it, because it's very interesting, and it was definitely, the whole thing was definitely an experience. Definitely an experience. I enjoyed it though. Very, very grateful for all of the very unique experiences. But that's part of that's just living in Central Florida. If you live in Central Florida, you're going to end up just inevitably having kind of an odd journey, I guess is the word, because so much of the area is driven by, you know, tourism, development, Disney World, Universal, SeaWorld, all those things. And so it attracts a certain type of person to that area, which tends to be very creative. Certainly not everybody, right? But there's a lot of very creative people that that live in that area. And there's yeah, so just a lot of very interesting things. Plus, I've said, you know, we really loved, my husband and I really loved baseball. And so we would go to lots of spring training games. And, oh, this is actually kind of a cool little thing that I've never mentioned before. But For anybody who knows anything about baseball, the Tampa Bay Rays back in the day were, when they were known as the Devil Rays, there was nobody going to see the games. And so it was, they did this promotional thing, I believe for 2 years, and they came and brought, for regular series games, they came over to the baseball stadium that was that was just a Wide World of Sports baseball stadium at Disney, which was right near Celebration, and so we had to cover that as well. But they had their regular season games for 2 different series of 3 games, one year and one the next year, in that little stadium, which only held, I think, like 12,000 people. And that includes people sitting on the berm, on the grassy area. And so my husband and I got to go to all of those games, and so we have little souvenirs from all of those. But it was a very, very unique thing in the world of baseball. That's a very unusual practice to have kind of any kind of game in a non-traditional setting like that, in a very small park. It really felt like that you'd gone back in time. So that was very cool, because I like all things nostalgic, right? So it very much felt like we had traveled back in time to this cozy little stadium, seeing, it was just very different, very, very unique. So I am grateful again that we got to experience that. And a lot of people from Celebration went to see those game series because they were so close, because the actual Rays stadium is over in St. Petersburg, which was an hour and a half, 2 hours away from there. So it's quite far to travel. We would do it once in a while, my husband and I. We would go see, we like to go see the Yankees, because he was from New York. And so whenever the Yankees would come down, we would try to go over and see the games during the regular season. But we also very much enjoyed spring training, and we would go see a lot of spring training games at various stadiums in Central Florida. But I mentioned one time on here, just this beautiful, one of the most beautiful stories that I can think of from one of those games. And this is really coming together, by the way, right in here. So one of the most beautiful stories that I remember is just this one particular game that was, I believe, at the Braves Stadium, which was where that series was actually held, because during the spring training season, that's where the Atlanta spring training season, that's where the Atlanta Braves practiced. They practiced at Disney World. They don't do that anymore, but they did. And the space shuttle came in and like flew overhead. I mean, it was far, far away, but it flew over the stadium, and it was this beautiful, beautiful day. And the crowd just, just cheered, and it just felt like such it was just a beautiful moment, and something I can't ever replicate or explain to anybody adequately, but it was a beautiful moment of just Americana everything, what you think perfect Americana would be, just to have everybody cheer for the space shuttle coming in. So that was many years ago though, but it's one of my favorite baseball memories that doesn't actually have to do with baseball. My husband makes fun of me for that, because he says that sometimes I'd be more interested in watching the crowd than I was watching the game, which sometimes that was true too. I do enjoy my people watching, but yeah. So must have been incredible to see a launch or landing. Yeah, Phil, I've been very fortunate to see several. So I did see one launch in person, very close up, where when I went on the college program and did that initial internship for Disney, my roommates and I drove over to Kennedy Space Center and to the coastal area, and parked. It was close, but it was still like in a parking lot, like across, I think, a lake. And so it was like 3 a.m. I remember I was very, very tired, but yes, we did see an actual launch. Sometimes where we lived, it's still a good, 2-3 hours away, probably about 2.5 hours away, but you could still see it in the distance. And so I would see it occasionally if I was just, like driving down the highway. Sometimes I would just see a launch, or but that was the only time that I'm sure I saw other ones where they came in, but that's the only one that I can remember. It's the only one that that really stands out. Maybe just because it was such a big dramatic moment, I think. But anyway, it was lovely. And again, one of those things that just, it's those beautiful moments that you don't know how special they are, I guess, or you don't expect them, and you don't know how special they are until after they're done. So anyway, yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I'm just gonna come right in here, and I'm gonna have to mix up another bit of color because I've gone through this already. And this is not taking, so we'll have to come back to it. That's not too bad though. Okay, so we'll let that dry. I'll come back up here. I've mentioned too, you know, like I said, lots of creative people lived in Central Florida. And so, you know, costumes were a big thing for various occasions. People wanted to express their creativity. And so, you know, I mentioned that I would go occasionally to MegaCon, which is now one of the largest comic book conventions, but at the time it was not. But I really enjoyed seeing people's creativity coming into the conventions and what they were wearing for that. When the Star Wars movies came out, my husband and I, some of our first dates were to the re-release of the original Star Wars trilogy. And then subsequent to that, when the episodes 1, 2, and 3 came out, I remember going to like midnight showings of some of them, and everyone, not me, but everyone else seemed to be dressed in costumes. And so that was always fun to see. They used to have something, they stopped it a number of years ago, but they used to have something at the studios, at the MGM studios, now called Hollywood Studios. They used to have something called Star Wars Weekends during, I think it's May and June. And they used to have lots of Star Wars celebrities come in for signings. And so lots of people would come to the parks that were all dressed up like that, like the Star Wars characters. So that again was fun to see. I remember there was one lady who would come to the Indiana Jones theater. I remember she was there when I was there one time, and I guess she came every year, but she had made a little R2-D2 out of like cardboard and paper mache, and she would drag it around with her. She was dressed like Princess Leia. So I thought that was pretty funny, kind of adorable to see, you know, how much people were fans. Just things like that that were very, very unique. And again, good experiences, things that I'm very grateful that I got to see, witness people's creativity. So, all right, I'm just gonna come in. One thing that I need to do with a lot of this painting at this point is to go in and soften what I call my transition areas. So I have like this shape right here and this shape right here, but this area in between, because I work in lots of layers as opposed to blending, sometimes it looks a little bit too hard for my liking. So I'm just gonna try to go in and just add another layer of paint very judiciously again that contributes to this having a softer transition. And I'm just gonna do that in a few very select areas. And I'm gonna, instead of, again, wiping this brush off and trying to do everything at once, we're just gonna take another brush with a little bit of acrylic medium on it and just try to taper that out just a little bit. So that makes that look a little bit more like a natural transition. So I'm gonna come in here. I feel like I need this to be a little darker for this particular area. So I'm gonna kind of adjust this color over here. just a little bit. There we go. And again, I want to go in with a different brush with a little bit of medium on it, and just try to soften that area a little bit, just a little bit. I try to make it so that everything that I do, I want everything to contribute to the beauty of the painting. I want you to be able to see lots and lots of not just details, but just, you know, beautiful brush marks all throughout the whole thing. So everything that I do, I can see lots of my paint, particularly, you know, down in here, like we said, on the cone, you can see all those layers of paint peeking through there from all those layers. And so I really want to try as best I can to emulate that kind of, that level of beauty throughout my painting. And sometimes that's just adding a few little beautiful brush marks in a few very distinct areas. Elga, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it very, very much. Welcome in. I do have just this very funny story. I don't think I've told this one before, but when we were living in Florida, the last year we were living in Florida, I believe, we went to a spring training game, and it was at the Yankees spring training stadium, which was called George M. Steinbrenner Field. He was the former owner of the Yankees who had passed away. And it was raining, and we didn't know if the game was going to be called or not. And it did end up being called, but what was funny about that was there was like a little ceremony at the beginning of it that had Derek Jeter out there. Elga, thank you so much. You were surprised by this ice cream. Welcome in. I appreciate it. You were surprised. That's a nice compliment. I appreciate it. There we go. Straight up and down. So we're going to try to get as much done as we can. A little bit more time here today, and then I will finish it up outside of the stream. But we are going to have an ice cream party tomorrow, Elga. So you are welcome to come back about 2 p.m. Eastern time, and we're going to celebrate mostly finishing this. We're going to celebrate Cop's birthday. He's turning 41, and we are going to celebrate Plo's getting into a gallery, so one of our other community members. So Mercy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. So anyway, yes, so we're at this game. There's this little ceremony. I believe it was the Girls and Boys Club out on the field, and they were, I think, giving an award to Derek Jeter. I don't remember exactly what the ceremony was. I do remember that it started to rain, and they decided to cancel the game. And Jeter, like, maybe it's just my perception, he bolted off the field like super fast and ditched all those kids out there, which I just thought was the funniest thing. Anyway, I'm sure that's not what he intended, but anyway, it was quite funny to see. Do you usually paint in a realistic style? Always, Elga. Always. I always paint in a realistic style. So this is the one that we're working on now, which we're trying to finish up mostly. This is one that we finished a couple weeks ago, and we did some other small ice creams. I don't always paint ice cream, but I do paint a lot. We're going to actually transition to some non-ice cream paintings though right after tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to do our ice cream party, then we're going to start some non-ice cream paintings. So we're going to try a few different things. So I hope that you guys will tune back in, but always realistic and mostly food. We do mostly paint food. So Achromatic, did I say that right? Achromatic Kitten, thank you so much. I really appreciate the kindness. And Cupie, thank you for sharing the link to my work. I really appreciate that very much as well. So anyway, so I'm gonna come back in here, but thank you so much for the new follows. That's very kind. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna come back in here. I just wanna work in a few areas to try to add some more kind of beautiful little marks that are just going to add to the depth, the dimension, just kind of take it from being, again, I try not to settle for okay, right? We want something to be exceptional. So Sometimes just going in and taking a little bit of extra time can help to elevate something. And so, like I said, after the stream is over today, I'm going to take some time on this painting, probably this weekend. I am going to be here tomorrow, obviously, for our ice cream party, and then a stream after that, a painting stream after that, and then Saturday as well. But on Sunday, which is my non-Twitch day, I'll probably come back and finish this and just get all the little details done that I didn't get to finish here today, and also paint the background, because I do paint probably, usually 3 to 4 layers of paint, sometimes more on the background, just to clean up the edges and make this nice and clean. So anyway, but we do keep the backgrounds white for the most part. But anyway, just adding all these little beautiful marks. Guess what? 2 more to 130? What? That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. Thank you so much. That is very, very kind. I really appreciate it. I can't believe I have so many followers. I have only been doing this. Oh, thank you so much, Elga. That means a lot to me. You were looking for artists in this style. Yes, I hope you'll tune back in. I'm here 4 days a week, Elga, so you are always welcome to stop back in and hang out with us and see what we do. So we're gonna try lots of different things, but again, mostly food and always realistic. So I go through a lot of my weird techniques for achieving different things. So again, thank you for that. And Cupie, I just cannot believe that I have 128 followers. I've only been doing this for a little bit over 5 weeks, 6 weeks maybe. Are we coming up on 6 weeks yet? But that's crazy. It's crazy, y'all. I am very grateful. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Aw, thanks, Phil. Phil is an incredible artist too. So Phil is also new to Twitch. So please go check out Phil's channel because I popped in on his stream the other day and he was doing an amazing drawing on a tablet. So anyway, it was great. And thank you. Can't wait for the most joyous celebration. I definitely try not to miss it. Good, Elga. I'm so glad. Cupie has picked up her favorite flavor, which is the cotton candy. That's that little emoji there of one of my paintings. And so, yes, so she has already picked hers up. She's ready to go. I hope everybody else is ready too. And this was totally her idea, by the way, because I think I said it as a joke. And then she's like, no, we should do it. So we're doing an ice cream party. I had talked about, and Cupie she's holding me accountable. I talked about doing a toasted marshmallow soon, and I still would like to do that, but I did say that I want to make sure that I can safely toast it, and I get a little paranoid about stuff because I'm going to try to toast it in my kitchen on my gas stove, and I want to make sure I'm prepared to not, burn the house down. But I'm afraid we could not have a toasted marshmallow party because I don't want everybody else trying to burn marshmallows in their house. I think that'd be too much pressure for me. So we'll just try to make one real quick sometime here and see if we can do that. I do remember though, like, I used to be in Girl Scouts when I was a kid. Was anybody else in Girl Scouts? And I don't have a lot of fond memories, honestly, of being in Girl Scouts, except that I really liked making s'mores. So that was like the thing that I remember the most for the couple years that I was in Girl Scouts. Cupie, you love marshmallows. I want to try to do it because I said, I want to try because I don't think that as of a couple years ago, I would have been able to. Only up to brownies. See, I wasn't a brownie. I think I was just a Girl Scout and I was just in it for like 2 years, I think. But yeah, there were things that there's always things that you like and don't like about something, right? But the thing that I really liked was s'mores. So, hazelnut from Blue Ice in Rome, my favorite. Unfortunately, none to hand. If can be free, we'll find close second. Okay, sorry, Phil. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat the leftover because I take my own photos. I'm gonna eat the leftover butter pecan from this one. So Kiwi, welcome back. Hi, I can't stay again because the finals. No worries. Good luck on your finals. Hope everyone is doing well and has a great day and night. Kiwi, if you get to come back, we're gonna do our ice cream party tomorrow afternoon. And we're gonna paint after that, but you know, around 2 p.m. Eastern time, and you're welcome to come back for that, because we always welcome Kiwi. She translates for me for a lot of abbreviations that I don't understand yet. So anyway, thank you so much, Kiwi, for popping in and saying hello. So I think your last year was 2nd grade. So I think I went to 4th, or I think I just did 4th and 5th grade QP. So good. I'm so glad, Kiwi. We'll see you then. And good luck on your finals. We're certainly going to be thinking of you. So yes, everyone wish Kiwi good luck on her finals. She is studying nursing, actually, right? Is that right, Kiwi? So anyway. Sounds good. We'll see you tomorrow. And good. Okay. Yes. So we're just going to do a little bit more today. And like I said, I actually did buy chocolate bars too. I'm a little hesitant to paint them, although I did used to paint the chocolate. You can find some of those on my Instagram from a long time ago. Oh, she's officially an RN, is that right? Very cool. Very cool. I don't know what that is, the NCLEX. Well, if the test after you graduate. So you, for referring Kiwi, oh no, your brother's brother-in-law. Is it who was it? QP. I'm sorry. Your brother or your brother-in-law's sister. Is that what it was? Best friends. I need Kiwi to translate for me again. So. Your partner's sister. Sorry. Thank you very much, Cupie. Yes, I know you went to a graduation ceremony last week, I think. And so, okay, that's great. That's great that she passed. So that's very good. Wonderful to know. And I apologize because I really am terrible at understanding abbreviations. I'm just terrible. I don't know. Y'all are in a different language than me, and it will take me some time to adapt. She took the test the day after and got her results back yesterday. That's awesome. I'm sure she's thrilled. It's very, very cool. Well, congratulations to her. Well, we'll celebrate that too with our ice cream party then. And she can join in if she wants to. So yeah, that's awesome. I'm sure that's incredibly difficult. And like I said, anybody who is studying the field of nursing, medicine, teaching, you are more gifted than me. And so I think that is amazing, people who can do that, because it requires special people to be able to do that. Very special people. All right, so I'm just gonna go in. I'm gonna flip this upside down again because that's what I do, right? So we flip it upside down because we want to try to see things more objectively and see what we need to do. So I'm going to point out an area where I'm going to come in with a different color than what I have here. And that is this area right here. So I have all these little marks in here, but if you look on my original reference photo over here, these are actually a pretty bright yellowish, reddish sort of color. And so it really, really does. She's got a job in psych nursing, which is in town. I'm sure that's very intense. And she is just the perfect person for it. So compassionate and kind. Yeah, definitely takes a very special person. And I don't think that we as a society maybe appreciate those people as much as we should. So it's wonderful that she passed her test. I am so glad for her. So glad for her. So I'm going to hop back in here with, I'm just going to take some yellow, and I'm going to take a little bit of my, do Do I want to take my other red? Yes. So we're going to take a little bit of my brighter red. We'll put a little bit more yellow in there. Put a little bit of white. I want to try to get a sort of dulled down yellowy reddish color. The field of medicine is indeed beautiful. Yeah, I think that, again, just takes very, very special people to dedicate their lives to that, right, Elga? So amazing. So amazing. So I'm gonna just hop in here with a glaze of this color. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Also, my partner and I had our 3-year, you did! You made him a card. It was pretty complex and came out well. I drew tiny cartoonified us and a bunch of other things, mostly colored pencil and paint pens. That is so super sweet. That is so super sweet, Cupie. Congratulations, 3 years. That's a lifetime. That's awesome. So congratulations. That's a big deal. And super cute that you made him a wonderful little card. So very cool. When you say it was complex, what does that mean? Like the drawing was complex, or there was more to the card than just being a normal card? You are a card maker. You get it from your mom. Nice. That is something that I've never, I mean, I make some little note cards for my print club sometimes, but I am not, maybe yet, a card maker. That's not something I've ever particularly ventured into, although I've learned a little bit about things. So that is very cool though. Did you do like just tell me about your design, Cupie. All right, so I'm just coming in here, and if you can see, all of these little kind of shadow areas, they're not actually dark, right? Some of them are a little bit darker, but they're actually, in my reference photo, they're fairly bright, yellow, warm colors, warm reds, warm yellows, and that is something that I try to capture in my pieces quite a bit, just to make sure that it's, again, as accurate as possible. It just makes it look a lot more magical than if you go in and just do it straight up, you know, like you think shadows are going to be dark, right? But they're not always dark. Sometimes they are quite bright. And there's just lots of lighting factors that are way too complicated for me to process in my little brain, but I just know what I see. So yeah, so I just go in and try to, you know, just make sure it's more than normal card, folds out into 3 rectangles vertically and 3 across. The top was a calendar, then writing in the middle, 3 going across, farthest left, what? A picture of your cat. Then the bottom rectangle had 1 picture from each year that you made into a book sort of thing. Holy moly, that is a complicated card. Wow. That's crazy. It sounds super cool, Cupie. You are definitely a card maker. My goodness. That requires very abstract thinking to be able to do that and do it well. What is the term that I'm trying to think of? Like spatial recognition, I think is what it's called. You're crafty. You were taught to never buy a card. That's beyond just not buying a card, though. That's like something that you need to be making videos of to show other people how to do it, because that's crazy. That is super complicated. Like I said, I've tried on a few occasions. I've learned just a little bit about trying to make something, but I've never had the knack for it. So that is very cool. That is very, very cool. All right, I'm just gonna try to fix this just a little bit over here. Yeah, it is so thoughtful, isn't it, Phil? That's crazy. Very, very thoughtful. My husband and I sometimes will make gifts for each other. And so we've done little things. I've drawn out a couple Magic the Gathering mats for him a while back. He occasionally will make me a comic book with his little figures that he does of me, which makes fun of me in a very glorious way, which is adorable. Like has little stick figures of like me when my hair looks terrible. And he had one section in there that said something like, and this is totally true in one of the books, it said, it was like me talking and saying, I sold a painting. Wait, I'm going to go upstairs and pack it. I'll be right back. And then it says I come back like 7 hours later and like my hair is all sticking up because it's just like I'm so OCD about it. I just kind of obsess over making sure that things are just so. So anyway, he captures that in little comic books for me. So for holidays usually. So yeah, very cute. You made a tiny paper Pokeball that opened with tiny paper dolls. What? And the cat inside. So cute. So cute and so complicated. Holy moly. Yeah, that's a crazy, incredible gift, Cupie. You're just an enigma being unraveled. All these things that you can do that just come out. Yeah, he did another one of me that had me, because I had this little netting last year for my garden, and I left it out too long, and we got like 3 feet of snow on top of it, and it started to collapse. So he did another one that was of me that had like me all tangled up in the netting. I was trying to dismantle it. It was 90% true. Anyway, so it was pretty cute. So. It's nice to make thoughtful little things for each other. I'm serious when I say my creativity and art knows no bounds. I do everything. That's awesome, Cupie. I believe it to be true now, having gotten to know you in here, because you have a very diverse set of gifts, a very diverse set of creative gifts. But the card making thing is really interesting to me because that truly does require really spatial thinking. And that is not something that everybody possesses, you know? So that is very interesting to me. That is very interesting. Your art supplies take up too much space. Well, that is okay. There's worse things than your art supplies taking up too much space. And you're supposed to be experimenting with all different kinds of things, right? That's what you're supposed to be doing right now anyway. There you go, multi-discipline skill set. That's a very nice way to put it, Phil. But I share with my friends, so it's justified. Okay, you're just, yeah, so it's not just your art supplies, it's your art supplies for everyone, right? That's very cute. All right, I will come in here. I feel like this and this are lacking right now. So we're gonna go in and try to fix those a little bit. I am not addicted to the craft store. That's funny. Art supplies can be addicting. I mentioned that when I worked at the magazine that I would occasionally get to go once a year. They had something called, I don't know if they do it anymore, NAMTA. and it was the National Art Materials Trade Show, I guess it was called, something like that. And so I would get to go and travel to a various city each year and get to see all of the new art supplies that were coming out, or just all different kinds of things that had been invented. It was really neat. It was really neat to see stuff. And but for somebody like you, Cupie, it probably, like Phil just said, the craft store, this would have been a dangerous place to go because it was literally, like they had it one year at the Orlando Convention Center. And then one year they had it in Reno, and 1 year in New York, and 1 year in Louisville, Kentucky. And but yeah, just many booths of, not just fine art supplies, but crafts as well. So like the major buyers would go. That was where they would go when it's a trade show. So there was like the major buyers for like Michaels and Blick and all these, and all the little stores as well. People who had small stores, they would come there, and that was where they would order those things. So we had a booth set up for our magazine so that stores could consider putting our magazine in their stores. So time I went to an oddities convention, bad place for your wallet. I've learned many vendors is bad for me. I understand. I understand. Yeah, I enjoy, I used to enjoy, like I said, going to MegaCon before it got really crowded. Now it's like super crowded, but I did used to enjoy going. And yes, you will, even back then, you will inevitably spend more than what you think that you will when you go in. It was so, for anybody who doesn't know, if you ever pay attention to like comic book convention, because they just had San Diego Comic-Con recently. So if you see how crowded they are, right? Just to compare, when I went to MegaCon back in those days, I remember one particular time walking by like the celebrity signing section, and it had Lou Ferrigno, who played the Incredible Hulk in the 1970s show. And he was all by himself, and he just waved hello at me, like, hey. There was nobody else around. And I was like not nearby. I was like 20, 30 feet away. There was nobody around. So it used to be very, very empty back in those days. And I enjoyed walking through then. So. Isn't that funny, Phil? Phil, you probably would know who George Perez is. Do you know who George Perez is, the artist? He used to live in the area, and so he was another one that I saw. And no, I didn't. I didn't. I got some autographs over the years. I mentioned I got an autograph of Data, but you had to pay. Like I didn't. I felt bad. Like I wanted to. I waved back at him, but I wasn't going to give him $20 for his autograph. So anyway, but yeah, the artist George Perez used to live in the Orlando area, and so we actually saw him a couple times at the local comic book store. And my husband actually saw him once even at the studios. I believe he came and sang like in the American Idol show that was there one time. But I remember I saw him at a Comic-Con, or excuse me, at MegaCon that one year too. And he did have a longer line, but he still took time out to wave to me when I walked by. So that was cute, actually. That was funny. Now there's so many people at the conventions that it becomes like a little claustrophobic for me to go to anything like that. So, but I did like it when it was empty. So. Yeah, poor Lou Ferrigno, right, Cupie? And it was, it was cute. One of the original Fantastic Four Avengers artists. Yeah, yeah. So I remember seeing him at the local comic book store, and there was like not anybody really there. We were just there for like a small, we were going to play Magic the Gathering in a small tournament. There was like a dozen of us there. And I guess that was his regular store. So he just came in and, you know, I mean, I didn't say anything to him there, but just, you know, he was just chatting it up with the people who worked there. So yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Very gifted artist. Again, we talk about all kinds of art in here, but if you don't know who George Perez was, a very wonderful comic book artist. And so you should go Google him if you get a chance. He passed away a couple years ago, I think now, Phil. I think I have a few Hulk comics in storage by him. Is that right? He was the artist on half of the books for, this is probably the best way to explain it, half of the books, I believe, 3 of the 6 for the Infinity Gauntlet, which is kind of loosely what the Infinity War movies were based on. So yeah. Anyway, it's a lot of nice people in the comic book community. So, yeah, people that I met at MegaCon though. Oh, I know I should have mentioned this to Norsham when he was here earlier, because Billy D. Williams, we met Billy D. Williams one time from Star Wars, who played Lando Calrissian. And I met Data from Star Trek, The Next Generation, and a few other people, comic book artists mostly. Got all those original Run for Thanos artists. That's right. So yeah, Lando. Yeah. So lots of fun people over the years. Just to, you know, not like we're having long conversations or anything, but just kind of neat to just say hello and chat with them for just a second. So I'm going to just check this a little bit more and try not to geek out too much. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. Again, a lot of people live in Central Florida. A surprising amount of people live in Central Florida. So every now and then you would just have them pop out and just, you know, be somewhere, which was really odd. Really odd to just, you know, accidentally see people. I know, strange thing, my husband, one of the people that he worked with was married to one of the members of I want to say it's the 80s band. Oh gosh, I'm blanking on it now. Somebody name some 80s bands for me so that I know I know which one it is. 80s hair band. Anyway, the wife was married to somebody in there, and I can't believe I'm blanking on this. This is how I know I'm getting toward the end of the day. It was, somebody help me out. I need to pause the stream so I can ask my husband who it is. REO Speedwagon, that's it. He worked with the wife of one of the members of REO Speedwagon, and they lived down around the corner. And I know that one time he actually talked to him on the phone because they were trying to figure out what to pick out for their son and for video games. And my husband knew a little bit about video games, so he got to chat with him over that. I think the closest for me is the lead singer of Led Zeppelin lives down the road. What? And often see around town walking his dog, dropping off his grandkids. Is that right? That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, you know what? They're just people, right? Just like everybody's people. We're all people. I don't think that they, you know, I'm sure some people enjoy being treated like celebrities, but I think for the most part, most people just try to blend in. So yeah, we learned, you know, when we worked at Disney to we were not allowed, when you're in your job, to ever ask for like autographs or anything. And so I think that in itself just kind of taught me that I try not to make anybody ever really uncomfortable with that. And so, you know, we would see various celebrities at various points in time, but I very rarely very rarely ever approached anyone or said anything because, you know, they were just trying to do their own private thing in their private lives. They don't really want the attention drawn to them. The famous person you met, yeah, I remember you mentioned that. It's Jimmy Fallon, and his family vacationed up there frequently. That's really funny. A friend was talking to him one day. Some kids went by wearing Led Zeppelin t-shirts. Didn't even know he walked right by. Is that right? That's really cute, Phil. That is really funny. Yeah, you know what? And actually, I was thinking this too. There was, do you know the movie Edward Scissorhands? One of the ladies who was in Edward Scissorhands actually worked at the Great Movie Ride with my husband. So I guess she did not pursue, you know, an acting career per se full time. It's a painting, the Super Nico. Thank you so much. So I appreciate you popping in. Thank you so much. Yes, this is a painting. We've been working on this for several days in here. We're probably hitting about the 20-hour mark on it. And I think we're going to call it soon. And then I'm going to try to finish it a little bit off stream so that we can, you know, get it to be super, super good. But we try to aim for lots of really high realism in here. So this is one. And it's magic. You suspect it's witchcraft. That's funny, Phil. Thank you. And you know, so we work on lots of paintings, a lot of food in here, and but always really high realism. So thank you again, the Super Nico. I appreciate you popping in. And just so you know, since you're just coming in, tomorrow we are going to have an ice cream party and for anybody else, an ice cream party at roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time, a little bit after probably. And Phil, Phil and Cupid, you guys are too supportive. Thank you so much. Roughly 2 p.m. Eastern time, we'll do an ice cream party. We're going to celebrate mostly finishing this piece up. We're going to celebrate Plo getting into, one of our community members getting into a gallery, and we're going to celebrate Cop's birthday, who is turning 41. So thank you so much, the Super Nico. I really appreciate it. And yeah, we aim for really high realism. I'm going to pull it really close to the screen just so you can see. So just a little bit. So we have lots of layers of paint. So they're not blended paint. There are lots and lots of layers. So this is probably, I think we're at about 8 layers, something like that. And they kind of get stippled on over top of each other so that they give the appearance of the ice cream and the cone. So it looks more realistic. But yeah, I think that we're at a pretty okay point for this one. I'm gonna do just a tiny bit more, and then we're gonna call it, and we're gonna say that we're just gonna come back tomorrow, and then after the stream tomorrow, or excuse me, after we have our ice cream tomorrow, so bring your own flavor, bring your own favorite. After that, we are going to try to start something new, probably non-ice cream, so you'll have to tune in to see, but it will be food and it will be realistic. So we're gonna see what we can get going tomorrow. And I'm just going to keep refining this a little bit. Not sure how you zoomed in, how zoomed in you would have to get to see the brush strokes. I don't know. I don't even know if it really focuses appropriately, Phil. So I apologize if it doesn't. But yeah, there's, you know, essentially just thousands of little brush marks that all overlap each other. And so they all peek through each other, and it just, you know, I think it makes it look really lovely. So anyway, that's what we aim to do. And I'm gonna have to just work on this tonight and tomorrow morning, not this, but to figure out what we're gonna do after our ice cream party tomorrow. It actually tricked me at first. I was thinking it was just a photo. Oh, thank you so much. You're on mobile, you can pinch to zoom. Oh, that's right, Cupid. If you're on mobile, you can pinch to zoom in. So I always forget that. I know you did mention that a few days ago to me. So, so thanks so much, Elga. I do want to mention too, just in case you've popped in here for the first time, I'll just show you, and I'm just going to very quickly go in and just adjust this just a little bit, because I can see this is a part that I am unhappy with. So we're just gonna tweak that just a tiny bit. But I did want to mention that I do work from all of my own photos. So I take lots and lots of photos and then I edit them in Photoshop usually. And I'm gonna show you just on my phone real quick, because that's what I use as my reference. But I'm gonna just show you real quick. So if you can see, I take lots and lots of ice cream photos, and then I go in and I pick, you know, several that I think are the best, essentially, and take those in Photoshop, and I work on them quite a bit. And then sometimes I blend a couple pieces together and pick out what I want, and, you know, just make sure that this is relatively close as a reference image to where I want it to be. But I do take somewhere often up to, you know, 100, 150 photos when I'm taking a photo of an ice cream. This one I didn't do quite as many. This one was probably around 50 photos. So it's like that crazy Blade Runner photo sequence, zoom and zoom. Still, it's so slick. Thanks, Phil. I think Kim paints at the molecular level. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Phil makes me feel superhuman, and I don't think that I am. I just push really hard. But anyway, but I think I'm gonna call it for today, because I have to make dinner and I have to go out to my little garden. So for anybody who popped in, thank you so much. For anybody who followed, I really appreciate it. And I got a bunch of subscribers today, gifted subscriptions and non-gifted subscriptions, and that was really wonderful. So I am very, very appreciative to everybody for being so kind and supportive. I've only been on here, like I said, for like 6 weeks. And so that has meant a lot to me, that everybody's been so kind and supportive on here. So I hope that you'll come back tomorrow. Ice cream party, roughly 2 p.m. And thank you so much, Cupie. Oh, you're so sweet. She's so sweet. I hope you have a good night too, Cupie. Thank you. But I hope you come back tomorrow. So roughly 2 p.m. we'll do our ice cream party. Bring your own favorite flavor. We're going to celebrate this being finished, Cop's birthday, and Plo getting into a gallery. And so I hope you'll pop on by. And then after that, we'll start something new, probably not ice cream. And oh, it's Plo live? Oh, super. We will raid Plo. So you will get to go over to Plo. And when you go over there, make sure you congratulate her for getting into a gallery. So that will be wonderful. Thank you so much, Phil. Thank you, Elga, and everybody else who's in here. It has been wonderful chatting with you all and hanging out this afternoon. And I think we did pretty good on this, right? So I will see you back here soon. And I hope you have a wonderful night. And go tell Plo congratulations on getting into a gallery, okay? So I'm going to head out to my garden and get dinner ready. I'll see you soon, okay? Bye-bye.